Emmy, I haven't seen you in a long time.
I know I ended up missing two meetings because I was out on medical leave.
Oh, you feeling better?
Yes, much better.
Good. Good, good. Um, Carmela and I had really, working really, really hard to master up this committee,
Good.
breaking the rules, doing things, being difficult. So you have missed out. Oh, look at the face. Look at the
Oh, of course. My pleasure.
As I told Lydia, I'm like, I've never seen this much clerk support at one of our meetings. We're supporting plus the clerk.
Gotta go up.
All right,
Your microphone's off.
the Alcohol License Review Committee meeting of October is called to order. Jim with the preliminaries?
Yep. Welcome to our hybrid meeting. Participants in the room, please do not join the meeting in Zoom. Virtual participants, if you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members attending virtually, if you are able, please activate your video for purposes of quorum and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. Members of the committee, when you wish to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote, please raise your hand, and those in the room will have their microphone turned. Actually, and those in the microphone in the room can turn their own microphones on. When you are recognized to speak, those attending virtually can unmute themselves when recognized. When you are finished, everyone should mute themselves. Members of the public who have registered to speak, those appearing virtually, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. If you are here in person, when you are called to speak, please approach the end of the table and have a seat, and you will be recognized. For all registrants, the clerk will tell you when your time is up. After all public speakers, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the committee, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Thanks. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And as a reminder, we follow Robert's Rules of Order here, and for any applicants, you'll come up. You'll either get 3 minutes to discuss your application, or I may ask a couple preliminary questions before your 3 minutes get started. It all makes sense once we get there. I'd like to welcome our new member, Tiana Clemens, to the ALRC. Next, we can move on to the roll call.
Alder Glenn?
Here.
Alder Glenn is here. Alder Revere?
Here.
Alder Revere is here. Mr. Bruchuk?
Here.
Mr. Bruchuk is here. Ms. Farley?
Present.
Ms. Farley is here. Ms. Westra?
Here.
Ms. Westra is here. Alder Figueroa Cole?
Here.
Figueroa Cole is here. And Ms. Clemens? Here. Clemens is here. Chair, we do have quorum.
Excellent. Approval of the minutes from December 17th.
Move approval.
Moved by Ms. Westra. Is there a second? Alder Glenn, seconds. Any discussion? Any objection to approval of the minutes? Seeing none, minutes are approved. Next is public comment, general public comment. Is there anyone registered?
We do not have anyone registered for general public comment.
Excellent. They may have
There is someone in the Zoom that is planning to speak, but I thought he had registered.
He may have registered on the specific item
Oh, okay.
on which to speak. You can check with him or.
On non-council agendas, you can register in general public comment and talk about really whatever you want to. But if you're registering for a specific item, we'll address that at that time.
My apologies, he was registered for this.
No problem. Disclosures and recusals. Members of the body should make any required disclosures or recusals under the city's ethics code. Are there any disclosures or recusals? Seeing none. Presentation of the consent agenda. Mr. Burke.
So I'll do a quick run through of the consent agenda, very brief. The committee will consider whether they want to remove anything from it. And then they'll make an action on it, and then I'll read it in full. So the proposed consent agenda for ALRC meeting October 15th, 2025 is a recommended council to grant change of agent, item 3, entity reorganization, items 4, 5, and 6, and a municipal approval of full-service retail sales, item 7. And I will just say the last few meetings we've had the full-service retail sales, we've discussed them and not been the consent agenda, and those have been ones for street use, which we typically have reviewed the public, or the picnic beers with street use. This is one that is not street use. It is only selling wine. I know we've also considered ones that they've asked for hard liquor, which our picnic beers typically don't allow that. So if the committee wants to leave on the consent agenda, they can, but otherwise it's there right now.
So this is a winery.
It's a winery for an event at Blessed Sacrament Church.
And do they plan to actually serve full service retail alcohol?
I think their application said both on and off-premise consumption
Okay,
of wine for this particular event.
but it's only wine.
Just wine.
I guess I'm not concerned with that, but
Because typically a picnic beer without street use wouldn't go before the ALRC at all. It would just be administratively approved by the agencies. But again, this
Okay.
is a first for us, and so I'll leave it up to you to make that determination.
okay, so now the question before the body is, does anyone want to take anything off the consent agenda and consider it individually? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the recommendations to grant each of those items. Moved by Verveer,
Second.
second by Ms. Clemens. Is there any objection to approving 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7? Seeing none, consent agenda is approved. If you could go through it one more time.
Sure. So the past consent agenda now for the ALRC meeting October 15th, 2025. Recommend a council to grant item 3, change of agent for Ultimate Mart LLC. Item 4, entity reorganization Stuffed Olive Madison LLC. Number 5, entity reorganization Double Tap Madison LLC. Number 6, entity reorganization Roxy Madison LLC. And 7, municipal approval of full-service retail alcohol sales for Soggenfjord Winery LLC.
Okay, thank you. If you heard your business or your name called, your item is approved and you're free to leave. You're also free to stay. Next on our agenda is item number 2, operator license application for Timothy Consigny. Is Timothy with us?
I don't see any registrations to that item.
Okay. Committee, how do you want to handle this? The registrants?
Is this the first time before us?
It is not. He appeared before us and said he was advised to get, I think, some letters of support. Last month, he was on the agenda, but he had indicated prior to the meeting that he would need more time, and so he asked for us to refer it, and so it was on the consent agenda to refer last week. So this is the first meeting where he's not showed up when he should have.
Okay, and we haven't heard anything from him.
I have not since last month when he asked to be referred.
Okay, I see that Alder Cole has something. I'll put this out there just to refer this to the next meeting of the ALRC.
Is that a motion, Ms. Westra?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
so moved to refer to the next meeting by Ms. Westra. Alder Figueroa Cole?
I'm just gonna second that.
Okay, moved by Ms. Westra, seconded by Alder Figueroa Cole. Any objection to referral to the next ALRC meeting? Seeing no objection, that item is referred. Next, we will take up item 20. That's the other operator license application for Cynthia Perry.
Cynthia Perry is registered and in Zoom.
Okay. First, we'll ask Captain Hartman to explain why this was flagged in the background check.
Good evening. The packet that I had and was able to review here found several convictions that were not listed on the application. Some of this has to do with the use of different aliases. One for Cynthia Perry that we noted is Jade Perry. And some of those convictions fall under that name, that alternate name, Jade Perry. So with that, the convictions that we were able to locate stemming back to April of 2011 was an obtained prescription drug with fraud that was in Dane County here with Madison PD. Again, conviction of that was 2011. That was a misdemeanor. The second one in 2011, this would have been September of 2011, charged with forgery and uttering in Sauk County by the Sauk County Sheriffs. That is a felony. Third one in December of 2011, possession of narcotics in Brown County. That one is a felony. And the fourth one, which was November of 2018, escort license violation, Outagamie County in Grand Chute PD, with a conviction of, looks like 2019, September of 2019, and that one is a misdemeanor.
Thank you. Now, Cynthia, can you now have 3 minutes to explain to the committee the circumstances surrounding these convictions and any other information you think might help us make a decision. Cynthia,
hello, this is Cynthia. Yeah, this is Cynthia Perry.
Hi.
Hi. Jade, Cynthia Jade Perry. Jade is my middle name, and that is, I was going by that for a few years, but then went back to Cynthia on my mother's request. I have been married, so that's last name. I've been married 3 times, so I have 3 different last names. The 2011 convictions, I honestly did not know those were felonies. I thought they were misdemeanors. I did get a hotel room for myself for 3 days. I had it 1 day, someone else took it for 2 days, and they had drug paraphernalia left in that hotel room, and I was contacted and actually charged with that. I believe that was the possession one. I don't remember the other ones that you listed. It was a possession and forgery. I did change a prescription. I was addicted to painkillers, Percocet, and then Oxycontin when I broke my ankle. Doctor prescribed them, and I became addicted to them. I did submit a letter of recommendation today via email from my counselor. I've been sober since 2014 and in treatment since then as well. So I can't remember anything else. Hello?
So just, as a reminder, there was the forgery and the possession of narcotics, and you described those. The other one was, and it might be similarly related to the forgery, the obtaining prescription drug with fraud. And,
yes.
Those are
was
probably related. And then the very last one was the escort license violation in Grand Chute.
Yeah, that was, I was dating that was a police officer related incident, and it really wasn't that, but I just took that charge to have it kind of be done with, because I didn't have money for an attorney, and I didn't want to continually have to go to Brown, or I think it was Little Chute by Oshkosh. No. This little town out of Green Bay that I just didn't go back for, so I just put it behind me.
Thank you, Cynthia. Was that in the Outagamie County thing? Was that
It's not Oshkosh, Appleton. Appleton.
So
Little
you were
Chute.
in the city of Appleton?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Are there any other questions from committee members?
And also, did you receive the letter that I did submit, or no?
Yes, that was included in our packet.
Okay. And if I would have remembered the other things, I could have probably submitted more, but I didn't. I totally forgot about 2011.
Are there any other questions from committee members?
I have a question. Yep. Ms. Perry, one of the flags is related to the truthfulness of the application. Can you just explain why you didn't include any of these items on your application?
Well, Actually, I did get it confused. I got my license from Monona, and on their application, it says the last 5 years. Have you had any convictions or, I guess it just says convictions for I don't know if it says misdemeanor or felony, and I haven't, except for traffic. I had, I believe, texting, inattentive driving. And so I thought it was 5 years still, and that's why I didn't include it.
You have further
I
questions?
didn't read the.
Okay, thank you. No further questions right now.
Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm sorry.
So a question for Ms. Perry, similar to what the previous person asked is, so you're saying that you thought it was for 5 years. Can you explain where on the Madison application that we have in front of us it says anything about 5 years?
No, but I got it I got my license right before that through Monona, and on theirs it says 5 years. And I didn't read Madison's. I thought Madison's, I didn't read it thoroughly enough and mistook it for Monona's as the same as Monona, and only had to write down the last 5 years.
Okay.
It does not say, now that I've reread it, it does not say that, and I do apologize. Monona does, and I can submit their application where it does state in the past 5 years, in the last 5 years.
That's
Monona
okay. You don't need
does.
to do that. I think we're just concerned with the Madison application.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Further questions from committee members? I have a question for Attorney McReynolds. Do you know what the misdemeanor, the 2018 misdemeanor for an escort license violation, what would that, okay.
So,
Do we have such a
without knowing-
license in Madison?
It's
Okay.
yeah, it's essentially related to possible prostitution. It's not license related in the context that we're discussing here. And without this charge specifically is not a charge related to drug or alcohol. I mean, that could have been in the police report, but this charge is not related substantially to drugs or alcohol.
Okay, thank you. Further questions
There were.
or a motion from committee members?
Move approval.
There's been a motion for approval and I think a second. Alder Verveer, do you have a? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Before the motion was heard, I just heard the applicant, Ms. Perry, attempt to explain the charge in Allegheny County. So I wanted to give her the opportunity to finish what she was trying to do.
Oh, it was nothing with drugs or alcohol. No, I just wanted to clear. Someone had mentioned something to do with drugs or alcohol in the police report or something, and no.
Just to confirm, that relates to the charge of prostitution, correct?
It was not really. It was pretty desperate on their part, but it was kind of resolved. So it didn't. Yeah, it was. Nothing to do with licensing or drugs or alcohol or anything. So.
Okay, thank you.
Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. I would recommend that there be a discussion on the record about making whether or not the ALRC is making this exception. particularly whether you find that there's been evidence of rehabilitation and what your findings are regarding the missing or inaccurate information in the application.
Thank you.
I do that?
No. So right now we will move into discussion. So if there's any committee members who are willing to discuss it, as a reminder, the motion under discussion is whether to grant. Any discussion? Ms. Westra.
I'm fine with approving this because the length of time from the charges is significant. Most of them were in 2011. We do have a recommendation from their treatment facility that they are sober and went through treatment. And and I think that not paying attention, and there can be confusion on how long back we actually want people to list their charges, especially when the communities around us do a different look back.
Thank you. Alder Glenn.
I basically just want to say what Amy said, which is that I see the letter in here. I looked it up as a newbie to see what Monona's was, and yeah, the 5-year came up. And I do think that there has been enough substantial time, and that we understand, and we have had lots of discussions about this, and all of us, and about length of time, and we've talked about how there's the subcommittee. So for some of these, because I'm sure it's hard that this is being discussed, but I think that it is fair to her and to grant it for the reasons I've said, Amy said, and that I think we believe in people having chances to move on in their life. That's it.
Thank you. Ms. Clemens.
Ms. Perry, I believe you mentioned that you have been sober for 10 years. I didn't see that in your letter here from that's in our packet from the clinic. So I just wanted to confirm that as we consider evidence of rehabilitation. So we have it clear in the record that 10 years is what you mentioned, just to confirm that point, and then anything you wanted to say on your intentions to continue in your sobriety journey.
First off, thank you for considering my application. Secondly, it's been 2013 to 14, and I'm a lot older and gone through a lot in life and just need to move on. So I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is there any more discussion? Any more questions for staff or for the applicant? Seeing none, the motion is to grant. And is there any objection to granting? Seeing none, that item is, the motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Perry.
For the committee, I just want to let you know that it looks like I did get an email from Timothy Consigny at 5:37 and said he had to attend a victims impact panel, so he might be across the street. So he said he would ask us if we could reschedule, so.
Okay.
That should be
Yep.
next month.
Thanks for that. Next, we will take up item number 9.
Yes.
Item number 9 Casa Zaragoza, 1824 South Park Street. Is Oscar Zaragoza registered? Is there anyone else registered?
Let me double check. I do not see anyone else.
Okay. Okay, thank you for being here. What have you discussed your application with the police, the neighborhood, and the?
If I can first swear the interpreter.
Thank you.
Can you raise your right hand? Yep. Do you affirm you'll accurately interpret Spanish to English, English to Spanish? Awesome. Thank you.
Have you discussed your application with the police, the neighborhood, and the alder?
No.
Okay, none of those?
¿Con nadie? Nadie de los tres?
Okay.
No.
So, members of the committee, how would you like to proceed? Is there any objection to going forward with the Ms. Westra? You're muted.
Oh, there we go. I don't object going forward. I think we have a confusion of what we would like to see versus what the change of conditions form leads people to expect about what we're going to ask. So a full liquor license will ask those questions. You know, have you talked to the elder? Have you talked to the police chief? All that. Change of conditions doesn't really seem like that's something you have to do. So I'd be perfectly happy talking about this right now because of that.
Okay, thank you. Good point.
¿Mandaste la tarjeta? ¿O te recibió la tarjeta? He sent a card or received a card. Just give me a second just to clarify. ¿La tarjeta la mandaste al barrio?
La mandaron de aquí. A muchos les llegaron la tarjeta de...
¿A los vecinos del barrio? Yeah, the neighbors, the people in the neighborhood received like a postcard from you about it. So I don't know if that changes something.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Zaragoza, you can explain what your proposal.
Explica cuál es tu propuesta. ¿Qué es lo que quieres hacer, el cambio que quieres hacer?
O solamente poder cerrar lo que es fin de semana, viernes, sábado, a las 2 de la mañana.
Yeah, it's basically just be open on Fridays and Saturdays until 2 a.m.
Thank you. Are there questions from committee members?
Clarification. Not just remaining open until 2 a.m., but continuing alcohol service until 2 a.m. is the intention?
Hasta las 2 de la mañana. La idea es seguir vendiendo alcohol hasta las 2 de la mañana.
Sí.
Yes.
No, antes de las 2 de la mañana. Cerrar la barra a la 1:30.
Okay, maybe.
Last call.
Yeah, the last call being at 1:30, close the bar at 1:30.
Thank you. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you. Are you planning on continuing to serve food at that time?
Sí, se va a cerrar la cocina a la 1.
Yeah, the kitchen will close at 1.
And are you planning on having any kind of entertainment?
Sí, karaoke.
Yes, karaoke.
So just karaoke, not amplification?
Música para bailar también.
Yeah. ¿Eso es parte del karaoke o música aparte, sin gente tocando?
No, sin gente.
Yeah, the karaoke and maybe just music, just for dancing. No live show. I was clarifying that because I knew that was the question.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome back. Have you had any concerns about noise complaints since you started offering the entertainment?
No.
None at all?
Not at all.
The police have never been called?
No.
The reason I ask is I was just looking back. I'm trying to figure out what our rationale was for adding that condition on your license. And I see we had correspondence from some neighbors when you originally applied for your license that reside on North Avenue who were concerned that they would hear the noise at their residence. But your testimony is that you haven't heard from any complaints from any of your neighbors about noise whatsoever?
No.
Is the only entertainment you currently offer karaoke?
Yeah, karaoke and baile.
Yeah, karaoke and dance.
Oh, you do have band. Okay, I was
No,
going to
dance,
say.
dance.
Oh, dance.
Dancing to the-
okay.
to the
Thank you.
music.
Yes, yes. Because you don't need an entertainment license in Madison if you're just having karaoke.
Yeah, yeah.
But did you realize that? I know you have an entertainment license, but do you ever have?
Sí, pero me dijeron también que debía tener si tenía un DJ, tenía que tener una licencia de entretenimientos, por eso que la saqué.
¿Y tienes DJ? ¿Estás usando
Sí.
DJ? Okay. Yeah, they told me that I needed an entertainment license if I was going to be using a DJ, and I am using a DJ.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But for karaoke, do you have?
Pero para el karaoke no lo usas.
Do you use a DJ for anything beyond karaoke?
¿Usas el DJ para algo más aparte del karaoke?
Para fiestas particulares, como quinceañeras o bodas.
Yeah, just for private parties, like a 15-year-old and weddings.
I understand. Okay, thank you very much. I'll yield. I see the alder of the district wishes to speak, Chair, as well as others, so I'll yield. Thank
Thanks. Alder Knox.
Yeah, I just wanted to, can you guys hear me?
you. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, we originally met, the reason that those restrictions were there and they applied for the entertainment license had to do with the other portion of their, I think they have a back portion where they were going to have parties, private parties with live music and all of those issues. So that's why those conditions were applied. We did have a few neighbors who were concerned about, the noise and that. So that was the reason that this committee put in those conditions. And I'm pretty sure maybe the attorney could speak next, but Attorney Zillaby had a lot of those issues and concerns, as well as the police department. So I would just suggest the committee get some feedback from either the city attorney's office or whatever comments the police department may have had.
Thank you, Alder Knox. Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. My question for the applicant is, when you applied for your change of condition, did the clerk's office inform you that you needed to contact the police department, the older, and the neighborhood association?
No.
No.
And when you had your initial meeting prior to opening, so when you got your first license, was part of the agreement that you were going to have the hours that you currently have?
El horario que si eso se fijó en esa primera reunión antes de abrir.
Sí, pero me dijeron que después de 3 meses podía venir a aplicar para la extensión.
Yes, but they told me that after 3 months I could come back and apply for the extension.
Que si no había ningún problema con la policía.
Yeah, if there had not been any issues with the police, I could come back and ask for the extension.
Okay. And do you have an entertainment license for this location?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I think those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Figueroa Cole.
I was just wondering, where are you guys seeing these conditions? I don't see conditions on the entertainment license. Only the regular license,
You have
Friday and
to,
Saturday.
are you looking at the PDF?
I'm looking at the online
Yeah.
licensing.
Scroll, look at page 2.
Yeah.
There's one condition that I can see. It says business shall close by midnight on Friday and Saturday evening.
Right, but that's not on the entertainment license, though.
Yep. Let me.
So we're talking about noise complaint. I would think it would be on the entertainment license part of it, but it's not.
We've changed I think now, more recently, we're putting the conditions on both, but in the past that we've only put it on the liquor license.
Okay, yeah, perfect. Just making sure. Maybe we want to be consistent if we can do that now, but I'm not sure. Okay, thank you.
Further questions for the applicant? Okay, if there are no further questions for the applicant right now, we can move into motions and discussion. Ms. Westra.
I have a question for the captain. Have we had is there any concern from the South Police Department, South Side?
I have not had any conversations about any specific concerns about this location from Captain Zanders.
Okay, thank you. I would like to move approval for the hours change.
Okay. Okay, so there's a motion to approve by Ms. Westra. Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Glenn. Alder Glenn, you also had your hand up. Would you like to speak?
I had it up to make the motion, but Amy beat me
Okay.
to it. But I was also going to ask during discussion to hear from the captain because we had not heard from him, which was kind of what the whole discussion was about. Was there anything that had happened or was happening? And so, question answered.
Yeah, and I should. There was one note in here. I apologize. I just see it from Captain Zanders, and he did discuss this with Alder Knox previously. He says that he always has a little bit of concern with extending hours or to extend alcohol service to bar time, 2 a.m., and generally feels kind of that midnight cutoff time is more appropriate. And always, if staff, security, and stuff are ready to deal with maintaining the parking lot, in other words, outside of the restaurant/bar, dealing with those people that may be causing issues after hours, etc. So Captain Zanders did note that he was not in support of the extension. And yeah, he was not able to attend this. So that was from Captain Zanders.
Thank you. Alder Knox.
Yeah, I was gonna reiterate that my discussion with Captain Zanders this morning was he was not going to support extending those hours for restaurants to bar time in this particular case. So I just put the captain kind of followed up with what his perspective was. Thanks.
Okay, Alder Glenn.
Yeah, so I think a good question that could be asked, because I don't see it in here, what is their security / policy? I only have the one and I'm not online for them for this extension. What are they have in place that will deal with the crowd that changes between 12 and 2?
Sorry, the sound was not great. What was your question in the end?
What security measures or staff do they have in place that will assist that we don't lose or have police having to show up between 12 and 2?
Sí, ¿cuál es la compañía de seguridad con la que estás trabajando, con quién estás trabajando y qué plan tienes de seguridad para poder trabajar entre las 12 y las 2 de la mañana?
No me acuerdo bien de la compañía de seguridad, pero pensamos trabajar con unos 5 o 6 securities.
I don't exactly remember the security company that we are working with, but we are planning on having 5 to 6 people working at that time on security.
And do they have security currently, right now?
¿Actualmente tienen seguridad?
Sí, hemos tenido unos eventos que hemos terminado a las 12 y tenemos seguridad. Hemos tenido 3 seguridades.
Yes, we have had several events that we finished at midnight, 3 of them, and we had security.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Further questions for the applicant? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair. Can you repeat how many security I'll hold and let you consult that.
There is a note here, CAJ Security. CAJ. ¿Cuántas personas, puedes repetir cuántas personas vas a tener de seguridad?
Hemos tenido 3 securities ahorita cuando hemos terminado temprano, pero si terminamos más tarde, vamos a tener unas 4 o 5 personas para que estén revisando el parqueadero y otros estén en la puerta y otros estén adentro.
Yeah, we have been having like 3 people for these events, but if we extend the hours, we would have like 4 or 5 people to make sure we have people in the parking lot, in the door, and inside.
I see. Yeah, I was just surprised to hear the earlier response that you have so many security guards working at a bona fide restaurant. Because, most restaurants don't need private security. I do realize you have a larger capacity than most at 250 persons. But
sí, porque la última fiesta que tuvimos fue más de 100 personas. So, pensamos que necesitamos security y la ciudad me dijo desde el principio que iban a necesitar security aunque fuera fiestas privadas.
Yeah, yes. Because last party we had around 100 people, so that's why we knew we needed security. And at the city, they told me that we would need security for all these private parties.
3 private security guards for 100?
Yeah, 3 for 100.
Was that Captain Sanders? Do you remember who recommended
Yes.
that? It was Captain Sanders?
Yeah.
Okay. And then just while I have the microphone, just to confirm, what exactly are you asking us for tonight? And let me just explain. So your current condition says that business shall close by midnight on Friday and Saturday evenings. And on your application, you say that you'd like to change so that, quote, we will be allowed to stay open until 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday. But then our agenda lists the request as to allow alcohol service until 2 a.m. on Friday and Saturday evenings. And forgive me, I don't know what the motion is that's on the floor. Could you read
The
that
motion is
back?
to grant the request to allow alcohol service until 2 a.m. on Friday and Saturday evenings.
So what's on our agenda?
That's my interpretation of what the motion is.
Do you understand the difference? It's requiring you to close your doors at a certain time, including food. Or another way we could do it is saying you could stay open to serve food, theoretically 24 hours a day, but alcohol sales must cease at a certain time.
Okay.
So I guess my question is, did you intend to serve food? Do you ever serve food after?
Yeah. Sí, hemos tenido la cocina abierta hasta las 12, cuando hemos tenido fiestas particulares.
Yeah, we have had the kitchen open until midnight when we had these private parties.
Did you ever have an interest in serving food after our time? After 2:30 a.m. on weekends or no?
¿De 2:30 de la mañana?
Sí, después de las 2:30.
No, porque la gente muchas veces come ahí, como cuando teníamos cucos, teníamos abierto hasta las 2 y la misma gente ahí cenaba. Tenemos la cocina abierta a la 1:30.
Okay. Yeah, no, people usually eat there when we had Cucos, the other restaurant, like people would just like have dinner and then stay until we had the kitchen open until 1:30 a.m. So people stayed after having dinner.
So you don't feel strongly how we word a condition, whether it be 2 a.m., you must close, and everybody outside the building, except employees working, or that we stop alcohol service at 2 a.m.?
Sí puedo cerrar la barra más temprano, pero tener abierto hasta las 2 que la gente esté todavía bailando, pero yo cerraría la barra temprano.
No servir alcohol hasta las 2.
No servir alcohol hasta las 2.
Yeah, I could close the bar
the way it's
earlier,
worded on the
but
agenda.
allow people to stay there until 2. Tienes ahí es la 9.
At the risk of being repetitive, the difference is, do you close for food or just close for alcohol service? So the way it's worded here, it's just alcohol. But that's not what you applied for technically in writing.
No.
Lo que solicitaste por escrito es lo que se nos permitirá estar abiertos hasta las 2 de la mañana. Aquí dices de estar abierto hasta las 2 y aquí lo que dices es vender alcohol hasta las 2.
Okay. So I'm just wondering if you had a choice, do you feel strongly one way or the other, or you definitely want to close by 2 a.m. at the latest and go home?
Sí. Puedo cerrar hasta las 2 y cerrar la barra temprano.
Okay. I could stay open until 2 and close the bar earlier.
You just want to be open till 2. You're not asking for the right to serve alcohol until 2.
No, porque incluso cerraríamos más temprano para aunque me dieran la licencia hasta las 2 para vender alcohol, nos cerraríamos a la 1:30.
Yeah, we would even be closing. Even if you give us the license until 2 a.m., we would be closing at 1:30.
Okay.
Para que a las 2 de la mañana ya todos estén fuera.
Just to make sure that all staff could be out by 2 a.m.
Oh, staff couldn't stay if they're working.
No, I mean las personas.
My mistake. Okay. Like the people in there would be out by 2 a.m.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. And I realize Alder Figueroa Cole is seeking recognition, but it doesn't have to be now. I could yield to Alder Figueroa Cole, but I do want to put our colleague Alder Knox on the spot if he's still with us. I know his camera's not on, but ask him what his actual recommendation is beyond just mentioning the email from Captain Sanders.
Mm-hmm. Alder Knox, are you still with us?
I wondered if he had a specific recommendation for us.
We'll check, but we can.
Especially the issue of ceasing alcohol service versus closing the business.
Yeah. Well, since he hasn't responded right away, we can go to Alder Figueroa Cole, and then if he comes back, we'll ask. So Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you. So I did a check on the licenses for District 14, and there's a recurrent language used for, why am I in both screens at the same time? Kevin comes, there you go. So there's language there about reporting a safety plan to the captain. So will that be something that, I imagine we need permission from the applicant to add those conditions, but maybe Mike, can you, do you think would be appropriate to use the conditions for the Tacos LLC to be consistent, or add, and also add a condition about the establishment should not have amplified music on the exterior of the building from La Penca Madison conditions? Would that cover some of these concerns and then we just then decide about the time?
Yeah, well, yeah, thanks.
I can read the
Thanks for the
conditions,
question of me, but I would just say off the top of my head that we certainly could add those conditions.
So should
We
I mean, I
haven't
can
heard-
go
we-
ahead and ask, can I just ask them in from the applicant if they're we available, I mean, willing to do that and then we figure out the time?
Yeah, certainly.
Okay, so, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna read a couple of these conditions for you to interpret, Julio. So would it be okay, or is the applicant, amicable to include under conditions for the establishment to provide the MPD South District captain with a security plan?
Sí, claro.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. And and that all foods will be available at all times during the operating hours? Well, actually, you said that you wanted actually, not that one, never mind. That the establishment should meet the definition of a restaurant as defined by the Madison General Ordinance at all times?
Yes.
And that the establishment should not have any amplified music on the exterior of the building?
Afuera.
Yeah, no, nothing in the exterior.
Okay, and then I leave the further discussion about the time for someone else to develop that condition. About the hours.
Thank you.
That's all I got at this moment.
So is that a motion to amend the motion, to add those conditions to the motion? Such as-
Sure, but we still need to define the hours of operation. Alder Knox is back on the online.
Okay.
Alder Revere, you had a question for him?
Alder Verveer.
Yeah, oh, thank you both. Alder Knox, did you hear my earlier question of you or no?
No, I did not.
Okay, all right, sorry about that. So I was just wondering, just basically, as the alder of the district, what's your recommendation to us? You certainly have referred to Captain Zander's email of earlier today, where he has apprehension. I'm wondering how you feel about the request, and specifically, if you have a recommendation for us, if we do grant some leniency here from the current condition that they must close at midnight, Friday and Saturday nights. If we do liberalize that, should it be for alcohol service only, or the actual restaurant must close by a certain time?
I guess our original concern was the neighbors hearing, what potentially noise of people leaving and entering a place. From talking to I understand Captain Zander's concerns. I guess for me, I think we've kind of allowed, in some cases, people to serve alcohol up until, let's say, 1:30. It did not allow people to re-enter. I don't have a problem with that. I guess my real concern is that originally it was to noon to make sure that we wouldn't have those kinds of noises after midnight for the neighbors involved. So I guess I'm willing to be liberal and allow the service till 1:30 of alcohol. Hopefully the place will be closed by 2. The real concern was the parking lot, was if you have people lingering in the parking lot after midnight and the noise associated with that. That was our real concern. If I recall, the security concern was to always have someone monitoring the parking lot, making sure that they weren't having noise or other kinds of incidents in the parking lot. But if there's been no actual complaints that I'm aware of, up to midnight. I mean, I don't know if you guys, if you extend it where you do it for a period of time. I don't know if you do that, like say 6 months and see how it goes. I'm pretty flexible with the decision that this commission wants to make. As far as I know, he's been a very good patron.
So, yeah, thank you very much, Alder Knox. So if I understood what your recommendation to us is would something like this be, I'm just considering amending the motion to say that alcohol service shall cease by 1:30 a.m. and business shall close by 2 a.m.? Is that consistent with your recommendation, Alder Knox, if I could ask? So
Not with
alcohol,
some
say,
reservations.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, just thinking about it, I don't want to.
Again, alcohol
I know
service
the
cease at
captain.
1:30. Yeah.
I know the captain's preference is if you're a restaurant that after, that to be serving alcohol after midnight can be problematic. I think he mentioned he has 4 officers on staff on that night shift and that could be somewhat of a burden. I think I'm gonna. You guys can make the decision. I guess I'll follow the captain's advice. I'd much rather them to keep their existing condition as far as alcohol concerned. But if they want to, I know he has private parties. If those parties want to stay open to 1:30 and be out by 2, we could play that by ear. Because if we have complaints, we'll come back and maybe amend the agreement.
So maybe I misheard you. So what you're saying is you'd prefer alcohol service shall cease by midnight and business shall close by 2 a.m.?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's where I was.
I hear you. Thank you. And then, Chair, with your permission, could I ask the applicant a question then? How do you feel about that as a baby step liberalization of your license condition? Again, I'll repeat, alcohol service shall cease by midnight and business shall close by 2 a.m. Is that helpful to your business or no?
Sí, y pero la gente, o sea, cerraría solamente la barra a las 12, pero la gente puede seguir tomando lo que tiene en la mesa o tendría que quitarse.
The alcohol, dices. Yeah, my question is like, should I stop serving alcohol at midnight? But the people, if they have a drink, they would be able still to keep it at their table? Or how?
Maybe the chair would like to answer that, or the assistant city attorney if this was a condition.
Quizás es una
That could be a gray area. How do you define alcohol service?
Okay.
Y las personas que seguían tomando, que tenían drinks en la mesa, pueden seguir tomando hasta que se los acaban.
Okay. That was the condition I had when I had Cucos. So basically the people, if they already had their drink by the time, they could still drink it until it was over.
I'm referring the question to Assistant City Attorney McReynolds, who will give us her interpretation. Again, the question, Amber, is if alcohol service shall cease by a certain time, what does alcohol service ceasing mean in your mind?
I think it could be interpreted both ways. Could it be phrased alcohol sales instead? Then that would be much more clear.
Mm-hmm. Could be. I don't think historically we've used that.
No, I would guess if we wanted to go that route, Attorney McReynolds, we would probably should explicitly say that we are permitting the consumption but not the sales if we were to go that route.
Oh, right. Yeah. I think that service is distinct from consumption. So I think it makes sense that service means service essentially for us means sales. And then if someone already has it, they could still be consuming it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Alder Figueroa Cole.
So I have a question then for the committee or for Mike. So if we're gonna cease alcohol at midnight, no more sales of alcohol at midnight, why do we need, and this is a restaurant, why do we need to put a 2-hour close time? Why can't it just be we stop alcohol at midnight and
That's a question for me. Well, we
I
could
thought-
For you or the attorney, I don't understand.
we could certainly do whatever we want. Again, the current condition is business shall close by midnight. And we could certainly just simplify that and say alcohol sales, alcohol service shall cease by midnight, and then leave it at that. Again, legally, if there's no condition, they could stay open 24/7 as a restaurant, just not serving alcohol. I don't know, I guess when I suggested that, I was thinking two things. One, the current condition, since they've opened, has said business shall close by a certain time, and then two, there apparently are some neighborhood concerns, or there were at the time of the original license application. Maybe,
Okay.
maybe it's unnecessary. Since we have the benefit again of the alder of the district, could I ask Alder Knox, do you think that we need to have two times, or could we just simplify it and say alcohol service shall cease by midnight and allow that license holder to close whenever they want as a restaurant?
Yeah, I think.
Or
I
maybe
do
we
like
should-
that the
We could say
alcohol-
entertainment instead of business too.
Yeah, I like the alcohol service started ending early, because the real issue becomes, if they keep consuming alcohol, then usually we have noise or incidents from potentially the clients of the place. So I'm willing to go with the existing the alcohol sales at midnight, and then hopefully, if people want to stay, I don't know if they're listening to music or whatever, and they leave by bar time, I think that's fine.
Sorry to.
Does that make sense?
Maybe overcomplicating this. So do you have a thought on if we should say business shall close by 2 a.m. or simply say entertainment shall cease by 2 a.m.? Or do you think that's unnecessary completely and we just?
Yeah, that may be unnecessary. I don't know if other establishments do we put in, they close at a certain time. Restaurants usually do close, by midnight, but I don't have any preference on this situation, I guess. I know we have another one coming up, the same issue, and our feeling was by them staying open later, we end up having more incidents and issues like that. So that's the real concern, is the neighbors around. I'm almost rethinking. I like the existing conditions, to be honest, where they close at midnight and then you don't have to worry about alcohol being served after that point. That's my preference, but the commission can do what they feel is best.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I'm not sounding real well.
It's okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Bell.
Yeah, I was just going to ask a clarification question. So, Pancho's Tacos is in relatively the same area, right? Or it's also on Park Street? Or, okay, so just to make sure I understand correctly, sorry for my newness. But what are the general conditions that have been granted to other establishments in the same area in terms of what time alcohol will cease?
It's a harder question to answer than it might seem. Alder Knox?
Well,
yeah, I would just say and this kind of ducks tail into the discussion I was having with the captain. Generally, restaurants are usually closed at midnight. Now we got 2 restaurants who are requesting extending hours to sell liquor beyond that. And that's something that generally we don't support. So if that's helpful, That's my opinion. And it has something to do with, in this case, it has something to do with the neighbors around. I think in another situation, we have things like, we have a lot of, what do you call it, taco trucks around that compete with these businesses. And so it's one thing to sell food, and that's fine, but we don't want to have restaurants also selling alcohol in order to offset the competition that they have with other businesses. So this is what's beginning to happen on the south side. And we have had some issues in the past. I could think of another restaurant where they were having issues in the parking lot, and so they decided to stop, alcohol sales earlier to prevent all of these potential situations from occurring. So generally, restaurants usually close by midnight that I know of, and bars are the ones that start selling alcohol later than that, or the entertainment venues.
Okay, thank you for providing
Hopefully
that
that's
context.
helpful.
Yes, that's helpful. Thank you.
I'll say, in my experience here, it's not all that common for restaurants to want to stay open till 2, but that's generally their preference. So what I'll do is repeat the motion.
Do you not see my hand?
Oh, I didn't see that. Alder Glenn.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I figured because it was blending in when you called on Alder Knox before me that I'm like, my hand blends
Yeah,
in.
to be
Maybe I
honest,
need
the
to
color
put
is
the
hard for
yellow
me
back.
to, oh, sorry.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
color.
no, I mean, to put it back yellow.
Yeah.
I like the tonage, but it doesn't.
I know.
Okay. I just wanted to say that I'm one of the things that I'm struggling with, as with hospitality, is gray, and I think gray in any sense, and I think we're like way in the gray with this, and that the 12 o'clock then open till 2. I know that that's worked in some places more downtown. I know it's worked in places where we've had that. We also have to remember they have an entertainment license, and so that sits a little bit different. But when you get into closing a bar at 12 but staying open till 2, I think we get into a type of monitoring, not monitoring like us monitoring, a type of bottlenecking. So next thing you know, you have people at the bar at 11:30 buying 4 drinks to consume, and then till 12. I don't think we get to what we think we're getting to. And so I think if there's a concern with some of the alders, I don't know, maybe we do a vote, maybe it doesn't, but I just don't want to set them up for failure or us up for failure. And it feels like we're getting to a place where it feels micromanaging and gray. So either we decide and listen to Alder Knox, and Captain Zanders, who has said what they feel about it, or we grant it from, the 1:30 close at 2. But I just worry with this 12 o'clock, but stay open till 2 or 3 kind of thing, unless we're just going to do it 100%. I just wanted to get that on the record.
Thank you, Alder Glenn. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you. And my situation here is that it's with process and consistency. So when I look at the current license, the condition establishes that the business should close by midnight on Friday and Saturday evening. So that tells me that the rest of the week they can be open 24 hours a day, and that doesn't matter. We're not telling them what hours to be open for the rest of the week. So that to me it doesn't make much sense. So we are here today to expand not necessarily the hours of operation, but how long can they serve alcohol. So I think we should just address that and enforce and add to the condition of addressing the time to stop alcohol, not necessarily the business function as a restaurant, but also then add the conditions that I mentioned earlier from other restaurants in the area to address the potential concerns with noise on the parking lot and the neighbor concerns. So if we just focus on the actual sale of alcohol, because again, currently we're not telling them Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, whatever, what hours to operate. If we just focus on the alcohol sale and then say no music outside, no amplification after, we can, for the music thing, we should definitely put a condition for the when to end the music at the entertainment license level. But this talk about when to close the restaurant, it just doesn't make sense to me. I think we're complicating things here. So on that note, I'm already forgotten what the ask was. So I think the ask was to stop selling alcohol or serving alcohol at midnight on Friday, Saturday, and Friday and Saturday evenings. Is that accurate? Is that what the ask was?
The applicant was asked if he's okay with the condition that alcohol service shall cease by midnight.
On those 2 days of the week.
That wasn't actually, so when we were going through that process just a few minutes ago, it wasn't specifically, it wasn't clear to me whether that we were asking whether this is just for Friday and Saturday evenings, although I think that was the assumption. What I was going to do, because we've gotten a little far away with the motion that was made and where the committee's at now. So what I was going to do is state what I believe the motion is right now, so members can decide if that's what they want to debate or if we want to defeat that motion and debate something else. So before you do that, I know Ms. Westra has a hand up. If you'd like to speak before I state the motion.
No, you can restate the motion.
So the motion is Figueroa Cole, seconded by Glenn. Is that right?
No.
Oh, no, Westra seconded. Okay.
Yeah.
That the request should be approved with the following conditions. That on Friday and Saturday, alcohol service shall cease by midnight. Business shall close by 2 a.m. The business shall provide the MPD captain of the district with a security plan. Establishment shall meet the definition of a restaurant under the Madison General Ordinances. And the establishment shall not have amplified music outdoors.
Actually, the initial motion was just to grant. There was no conditions.
That's
Alder Figueroa Cole suggested conditions, but nothing indicated.
We haven't
that
made
it
a
was
motion
friendly
yet.
amendment. Yeah.
Yep, so what Mr. Verbic just described is correct. Now, so as the chair, it's my job to manage this meeting. So I need help typically we allow friendly amendments, which I was going to do. Is that what we want to do? Is there any objection to?
I do have an objection.
Okay, so an objection. So then that means the motion before us is to grant the request. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Yes, so it's not a big objection. It's just to stay in line to what I was trying to say about consistency. Maybe just say that cease sales of alcohol by midnight, period. Not Saturday or Friday or whatever. Like every day of the week at midnight, cease the sales of alcohol.
Okay, thank you. Well, my recommendation for how to proceed is that we dispense with this motion. I think by
making a motion.
I think what I can do is ask.
Typically, if someone asks if it's a friendly amendment, the mover and the seconder need to agree to change that motion as such, but that hasn't occurred.
That hasn't occurred, so we need to defeat the motion essentially. So I'm gonna do a. Is there any objection to defeating this motion? Seeing none, the motion is defeated. Now we can do you need to record that?
I do.
Okay. So now I can entertain another motion, and we're back on the road here. Alder Figueroa Cole?
Okay, so we're making the motion that we just went over? Is that what you're asking?
That motion, but there is no motion, and it sounded like you had
okay, I'm
a
sorry.
suggestion.
Right. So I'll then go back, start over again. So sales of alcohol should cease by midnight. That
Sales.
the establishment shall provide MPD South District with a security plan. The establishment shall meet the definition of a restaurant as defined by the Madison General Ordinance 38.02 at all times. The establishment should not have any amplified music on the exterior of the building. And I'm gonna leave it at that, but if someone wants to add wording about the entertainment license hours, or let me ask, can I ask an applicant a question real quick or not?
You can.
Okay, sir, do you have entertainment every day, during every day of the week?
¿Tienes DJ todos los días de la semana?
No,
¿Cuándo?
No, ¿cuándo?
solamente viernes, sábado.
No, only Fridays and Saturdays.
Okay, so are you gonna need help? Can I get language to say that entertainment is allowed on those 2 days only? So the rest of the week is not allowed? Can someone help me, please?
Yes, we'll help you with that language, Ms. Bell.
So yeah, so that will be my motion.
So just to clarify, you said that you have a DJ that does karaoke for your entertainment, right? You don't typically have live music?
Let me clarify. Entonces tienes por un lado karaoke y por otro DJ, o el DJ hace el karaoke.
No, el DJ hace el karaoke.
Okay, the DJ does the karaoke y no tienes música en vivo, banda, no. And there is no live music.
And do you do that throughout the week or just Fridays and Saturdays?
Friday, Saturday, solamente.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so here's how I interpret the motion. Okay, so the motion to approve with the following conditions. Alcohol sales shall cease by midnight on Friday and Saturday evenings.
Every day.
Okay.
No Friday, Saturday.
Alcohol sales shall cease by midnight. The establishment shall submit to MPD a security plan. Establishment shall meet the definition of a restaurant under Madison General Ordinances. Establishment shall not have outdoor amplified music. Entertainment is allowed only on Friday and Saturday nights.
I'm good with that. So that will be my motion.
Okay.
If anyone wants to second that.
Is there a second to the motion? Alder Glenn, seconds.
Thank you.
Sorry, entertainment limited to Friday and Saturday nights? Okay. Yeah.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Who's the seconder on that one?
Alder Glenn.
Alder Glenn.
Any discussion? Any objection to the motion? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you, Oscar. And by the way, you don't have to apologize for being new. Everyone was new at some point. Even Alder Verveer was new.
Yeah.
Oscar, I noticed you didn't sign the registration, so I got this set up.
Okay.
Thank you, Julio. Gracias. Gracias.
Nos vemos.
Adiós.
still has a cease alcohol still, or still midnight. The only thing that happens is that you can stay open for food service until 2. Oh, except there's also the. It is 20%? Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, I added the condition for just Friday and Saturday for entertainment. Okay, but like those are like the big.
Okay, next we'll take up item number 8. That is the change of conditions, Pacos Tacos, 1331 Greenway Cross. Do we have a registrant?
Ryan Seb is registered and in Zoom.
Unmute.
Okay. Ryan, did you discuss your request with Alder, the police in the neighborhood?
Yes, I did. And I'm here too with Mr. Zelhua, who is the proprietor of Pacos Tacos.
Okay. And what's your role in the business?
I'm an attorney. He asked me to help because it was confusing.
Okay, thank you. Now just explain to us a little about the request, anything that might help make a decision.
Well, the Pacos Tacos serves about 100 regular clientele, and Mr. Zalhuaz can speak as well, but he wants to keep serving those clientele, and they request 2 a.m. is when they start to do they do their dancing, and they want to have food after that. So the closing time of midnight, they wanted to extend it to 2 a.m. And he's got a security plan, has an outside security service that he hires that's outside. So they do all of the checking, the IDs of people, handle rowdy people. If someone gets rowdy, they would handle it. It's a professional service, and then they have the cameras and so on. So yeah, that the request is to extend the time, and we're open to questions. So,
any questions from committee members? Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. For the applicant, you currently only have a beer and wine license, correct?
yes,
And you know you do not have a liquor license?
yes.
Okay, that's all I have at this time.
Further questions from committee members? Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you. So I gather you just heard us discuss the prior license application. Would it suffice to have the kind of the same thing where the alcohol sales is at midnight and you can continue with whatever else the restaurant does? That's for the applicant.
Is it okay to keep going serving until midnight, or did you?
Well, if
want
I
to keep requesting to?
yeah, if I can,
You can just.
can you say? Can you tell me?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
So would it suffice for the condition to be to have alcohol sales cease by midnight and not address how long the restaurant is open?
Yeah, if I'm understanding your question, the change of conditions request is not about the time of closing, just a change in when alcohol can be served, just the beer and wine. Just a request for the extension.
Thank you. Captain Kip, I see your hand is up. I'm wondering maybe you were anticipate a question here about service calls for this address.
Yes, and I also wanted to make a note here that Captain Zanders from the district also voiced his concerns to me. They have had a couple calls for service for the after hours, whether it be people hanging out again in the parking lots, drinking, security guards having issues with disturbances after midnight, very intoxicated persons. And I did see a note as well from Assistant Attorney Jennifer Zillavy mentioning that State Division in Alcoholic Beverages had been to this address in July of this year, July 30th, and they documented that they confiscated tequila, rum, and other hard liquors at that time. And I just wanted to point that out to the committee.
Well,
Ms. Bell, you have
was
a
there?
question?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was gonna say, just for clarification, are you saying they confiscated liquor from people in the parking lot or people in the establishment?
That was the establishment selling those hard liquors.
And they have a...
And they only have a wine and beer license, right? Okay, thank you. Just making sure I'm understanding correctly.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
And was that like, how is that process? Is that a fine? Is that were the charges against them for this?
I don't know what the state followed up with. I do know that according to Attorney Zillavy, that she would be in the process of drafting a complaint for the violation. And unfortunately, she was not able to attend the meeting here tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, Attorney McReynolds, your hand went up then down.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I can confirm what Captain Hartman is saying. This is going to be prosecuted by the city. And it is the opinion of the city attorney's office that this business has not earned the privilege of extending their hours when they're currently not following their current licenses.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
I see something.
Yeah, I will definitely agree with that, but I'm still I got another question for the attorney. So what is the process for is there a process to remove the license now, or do we have to wait for some other channel of events to happen? How does that, can you explain how that works?
Yes, now would not be the appropriate time to remove a license, but because prosecution is forthcoming, it would be recommended to not give additional
So would the motion
privileges.
be put on file without prejudice? What would be the motion that you would recommend on this particular item to complete this particular discussion?
If your motion is to not approve the request, I would suggest a motion to deny.
Oh, okay. Well, looks like the other district has a hands up, but I'm ready to make a motion after that.
Alder Knox.
Yeah, I would. I know their current conditions is they could sell alcohol. Alcohol sales should cease at 10 p.m. Sunday to Thursday and midnight at Friday. I would recommend not approving their request for extension, and that would be consistent with, how we feel about restaurants. So my suggestion would be not to grant the request. Thank you.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
Okay, so due to the information provided in regards to this investigation, I will move not to grant this request.
Okay, so the motion is to deny because of the pending prosecution.
Thank you. Good night. Mhm.
Is there a second?
I would second.
Seconded by Ms. Clemens. Is there a discussion? Alder Verveer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I certainly support the motion to deny, but I did want to give the opportunity to the attorney if he wishes to respond at all to the information that we have heard since he and his client last testified. Do you wish to dispute anything that we've heard about the State Department of Revenue investigation and the likely long-form complaint prosecution by the city attorney's office? Are there any circumstances you wish to share with us, or you'd rather not?
Yeah, thank you, committee. I am not, we were not made privy to this, not aware of possible prosecution, which is, that's just new information that nobody had mentioned anyone, but Mr. Zalhua also wanted to address it. So go ahead.
Okay, when the two officers came and they told me they have a routine check, they went inside the restaurant and I wasn't selling the alcohol. They came in the morning, lunch. It was on lunchtime about, I think about 1 p.m. And they went in the back in the kitchen and they found 2 bottles. But the thing is, I told the two officers that I have those 2 bottles for a long time because a guy brought me that from Mexico for my birthday. And there was another one. It was a Mexican tequila. And I told him that I didn't know that I can have that. I mean, I can have those on the location. So they was looking around and they see if I was having more, but I mean, like I said, I don't have anything. I sell like, I sell like Frank Beer sells me, it calls like a tequila, but it's based by wine. That's what I'm selling. And they told me that that goes on a beer and wine application. So when the 2 officers left, they told me that we're not going to give you any fine because we didn't find anything, but we're going to take these 2 bottles because you cannot have this here. Even if it's a gift, you cannot have these bottles inside the restaurant. So I told them that's fine. I mean, I didn't know that I can have those right there. But like I said, those bottles, I've been there for like probably a year. And I just left them over there because I didn't know. If I should have known, the minute that they give me, I don't even drink. I mean, I just have those as like they give me as a gift. So, and that's what the officers told me. We're gonna leave. We're gonna confiscate these 2, but you cannot have anything. Even if they come in and they give you like a gift, or you have like parents or family, just take it outside the restaurant. It can be inside the restaurant. So that's why they didn't give me any fine or anything. And they even told me, we're not going to give you any motions or fine because we didn't find anything. And like I said, I wasn't selling those. They came here about 1 o'clock. It wasn't like they caught me selling those things. And that's what happened.
Thank you.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
Yeah, I want to thank the applicant, but unfortunately, we do have to listen to our city attorney. So perhaps once that situation is resolved, you can come back to the commission. Thank you.
Further discussion or questions for staff or the applicant? Okay, so the question before us is whether to deny because of a pending prosecution. Is there any further discussion? Any objection to the motion? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you. Next on our agenda is item number 10, amending section 33.02 of the Madison General Ordinances to update the composition, terms, and duties of the ALRC. Is anyone, or do any of the sponsors want to, Ms. Westra?
Can we move this to the end of the agenda so we can get our public hearing items taken care of?
Sure.
We do have a registrant wishing to speak on this item.
Alder.
Can I weigh in as well? Sorry, this is Sam Munger from the mayor's office.
Sure.
I jumped on to be available to answer questions and to speak to this. You can see I'm home at the moment. I will say I will not be available.
Okay.
I mean, I might be available again at the end of this meeting, but I have to go pick up some kids from an athletic practice for about an hour in between. So it's possible I'll be around to speak at the end of the meeting. It's equally possible not, but I'm happy to defer and have other folks.
Since we have registrants and Sam, you're here to speak to it, we can not move it to the end of the agenda to get the other ones through. I'm fine with leaving it where it is. I withdraw my request.
All right.
Thank you for your flexibility.
Thank you. Alder Revere.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was just going to ask if Travis Austin, who I believe is the only registrant, has a time constraint or not, because I share Ms. Westra's concern that since we have a lot of applicants waiting, that we should consider the applications before we consider this ordinance amendment. But with apologies to Mr. Austin, so I was going to
let's
ask Mr. Austin if he wanted to testify now and then table this until later, or
sure. Mr. Austin,
or let Mr. Austin say he is flexible and just take it up at the end of the meeting, was my thought.
What about the mayor's?
Hello.
No offense to the mayor's chief of staff, but I just can't imagine that there's questions of the mayor's chief of staff. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe some of you do have questions of the mayor's.
Well, let's hear from Travis Austin. But do you want to testify right now?
Well, I'm indifferent. I can just continue working on things at home. I'm a graduate student at the university, so I can just continue like having the meeting in my ear in the background and working on things and making dinner and stuff. So I'm indifferent. It's up to you guys.
The request was withdrawn and no one else is raising their hand. So I think we'll go with this just for the sake of trying to go in order. So our first registrant is Travis Austin.
Yeah, we have, I think, 15 registrations in opposition, and other than Ms. Bell, who's also registered in opposition, wishing to speak, Travis is the only other person wishing to speak.
Okay, Travis, please tell us your thoughts on the ordinance proposal.
Oh, yes. Yeah, thank you for hearing me and stuff. Just to let you know, I am a member of the City Ethics Board, and I also work for the City Clerk's Office, but my views are my own. I also do a lot of volunteer work with the the Registered Student Organization Student Voters Union at UW-Madison. And so I am just here to oppose the removal of both the chancellor's and the ASM seat as a part of the ALRC as like advisory seats. It's my understanding that there might be some work as well by some alders in trying to get ASM a voting seat by a different ordinance change. And so I just am opposed to this because as from what I've known from my work with Student Voters Union, also having previously run a campaign for a campus area county board seat, is that there's many systematic barriers for students to get involved and get engaged with city processes. And the guarantee of a handful of seats on city boards, commissions, and committees the alcohol license review committee, the joint campus area, and the downtown business district ones are all very good opportunities for students to have their voices heard and get involved. And also, alcohol-related issues are a significant problem in the city, and many of them are related to the university. And so having the university's voice and the students' voice at the table when it comes to these discussions is paramount importance. And I think that when it comes to removing barriers for students to be able to have guaranteed engagement opportunities with their local government, removing those is not in the best interest of the city.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Austin? Okay, seeing none.
So, do you want me to read the names of the people?
Yeah, let's go. Let's do that.
All right. So, I mentioned Mr. Austin and Ms. Bell. Charles Wohler in opposition. Hermary Gonzalez. Lauren Orad. Vanessa Ivanov. Mark Rubin. David Izzo. Alicia Bryant. Zibby Lunger. Talia Sheehan. Samantha Pomri, Ansh Jain, Lani Oboro, and Aiden Beameret, and they're all in opposition, but not wishing to speak.
Thank you. Okay, so now we should probably get a motion. Ms. Westra.
I move recommendation as written.
Okay, so there's a motion to recommend the ordinance change. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Alder Figueroa Cole. I think it may be appropriate now to hear from the sponsors of the ordinance. What's the thought behind this information of that sort? So do either of the alders listed on the proposal want to speak now?
I think Sam is here to
start. Sam, do you want to?
I can pick it up, but
yep. Yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to give a little bit of the background for this, and then Alder Figueroa Cole or one of the other sponsors, if you want to fill in anything that I miss. But so I think a lot of folks on this committee are aware that there's been over a year. I mean, really, it's been on and off for longer probably than I've been at the city, but effort to streamline and to make somewhat uniform the boards, committees, and commissions, or BCCs at the city. And this is an outgrowth of that. It's an attempt to make the board, commissions, and roles more uniform across the boards, and to generally make them more efficient and more parallel with each other. So having designated ex officio seats is a little bit atypical for boards and commissions, as is having the number of seats that are on the ALRC. There's also a couple other changes that Attorney McReynolds can speak to, some of the procedural and statutory changes. But the thought was to make ALRC more symmetrical with all of the other commissions and committees across the city. As I think was noted, this is an ex officio, it's a non-voting seat. So it was, as is the chancellor's, as is the Tavern League, all of which are being removed. It's a broader set of changes to ALRC. It's not just eliminating the ex officio ASM seat. It's eliminating several different seats and making several other procedural changes, and generally trying, as I said, to bring it sort of in line with what the city's typical practices are and with what the statutory language is at the state level. Candidly, also, we've had trouble sometimes filling those seats or having attendance from the various ex officio members, especially the Tavern League has been a fairly consistent attendant, but ASM and the Chancellor's Office have not been so much. So in general, we absolutely, I think, I speak for the city. I suppose I think the city welcomes the engagement and participation of students. We would encourage students under the auspices of ASM or other organizations or on their own to put themselves forward to volunteer to serve as voting members of the committee, whether it's the ALRC or other city committees. We'd love to have more students involved in city government in real and meaningful capacities. But this didn't seem to provide that venue. So I think that's more or less the impetus behind this. I'm happy to answer questions, and also, as I said, if I've left out any of the sort of origin story, I'm pinch hitting a little bit from my colleague Linda Vacunta, who typically staffs this, I think, but that by and large was where this change, as I said, along with a suite of other changes that were meant to sort of regularize and make more efficient the operations of the ALRC came from.
Thank you, Sam. I'd have just a brief question. What is the process for getting the ASM seat onto the ALRC? So does ASM send you the name of a student who they've nominated, and then the mayor's office then sends that name to the clerk's office, or is it something different?
So I think it's been, I can go back and check with my colleague Lila Costa, who does all the staffing. I think that would probably, I think that's probably the procedure as set out on paper and as intended. I think in practice, it has perhaps been a little bit more informal, which is to say, if someone shows up and says that they represent ASM in their ex officio seat, I think, and you could maybe tell me this as the chair or other members of the committee could say, I don't think folks have been inclined to go back and check the paper trail. I think if someone shows up on behalf of ASM and says they're representing ASM, or I would say the chancellor's office, I think we'd be inclined to allow them to serve in that ex officio capacity. But yes, I would think, as certainly I can say with other committees with which I'm more familiar, the process would be that the nominating, or we would typically, the mayor's office would reach out, we would work with the nominating organization, either ASM leadership or the chancellor's office. They would submit us names. We would then, they'd be recorded as members and would show up in Legistar and so on. I think, I'm not sure, perhaps Jim, whether the current member representing the ASM is in Legistar in that capacity. I think there's someone from ASM here tonight, but at any rate, I think you're probably right in theory and Colin, but in practice, I think to some extent it's been maybe a little bit more informal over the years.
Thank you. Okay, do either of the other sponsors want to jump in? If not, I'll just open up for general discussion. Ms. Westra.
So I was going to say that Jim can answer the question of how we find out about ASM, because I know this because when I started on the committee way back in a long time ago, when I did my ALRC training, I was also in there with the new ASM rep who was appointed to us at the time from ASM.
Yeah, I think it's typically they'll contact Lila from the mayor's office, and Lila will let me know if there's been an appointee, whether it's a voting member or a non-voting member, be it ASM or with the UW Chancellor's office.
Thank you. Ms. Bell.
Yeah, so I applied so for all the shared governance committees, whether it's with the city or something in university, you have to apply to be appointed. So I applied to be appointed, and then I was selected by the ASM shared governance chair. And then I did also apply through the city, although I don't know if I ever heard back on the city end. But I was appointed by the shared governance chair after an application process through ASM, if that makes sense, to answer that question.
Thank you. Further discussion? Ms. Bell.
Would this be an appropriate time to give my blurb? Okay. So I wrote something because I'm bad at public speaking. So hi, my name is Kaylee. I'm the ASM rep for the Alcohol License Review Committee. And as the ASM representative currently serving on the ALRC, I believe the student seat is an essential bridge between the university and the city of Madison. The Alcohol License Review Committee plays a critical role in reviewing and recommending liquor approval and entertainment licenses, shaping policies that influence nightlife safety, responsible service, and community well-being across the city. Within just a few blocks of campus, there are more than 120 liquor license establishments with the highest concentration anywhere in Madison. These decisions directly affect where students live, work, socialize, making it vital that our perspectives are a part of that process. The newly proposed ordinance, or the proposed ordinance change would amongst other changes, remove the guaranteed student seat from the committee. Currently, the shared governance chair, like I was just saying, within the Associated Students of Madison, appoints the students to serve as the ASM representative on the Alcohol License Review Committee. This position allows a student to participate as a technical advisor providing input on licensing decisions that directly affect the student population. The proposed ordinance would eliminate that seat entirely, removing the only formalized channel for student participation in city decisions about nightlife and alcohol policy. At a time when students make up nearly 50,000 residents of Madison, many of which concentrated in the downtown area, this exclusion would silence the voices of those most directly impacted by these policies. For decades, the city and students have worked together to improve communication, safety, and mutual understanding. I hope this partnership continues. Keeping a student representative on the Alcohol License Review Committee ensures that young residents who make up a significant portion of Madison's population can contribute to the solutions that make our city safer, more accountable, and more vibrant for everyone. As someone who holds an operator's license, has experienced bartending, and comes from a family who owns a restaurant and bar, I personally understand the responsibilities, regulations, and challenges that come with alcohol service. While my family's business is not located in Madison, I have experience that has given me a valued perspective on responsible management practices, compliance, and the importance of maintaining strong relationships between establishments, law enforcement, and the community. I also have an experience that relates to what does it feel like to be the person sitting in that chair. And when I hear something this committee says, I see it through the perspective of a bartender and the owner of a liquor license establishment, and I can see how it's interpreted in some of the gaps maybe that there may be. These experiences have informed my work coming to the Alcohol License Review Committee and shaped my commitment to balancing safety, economic vitality, and fairness in alcohol policy. I'm deeply committed to representing the student voice, building constructive relationships, and continuing to show up to make sure that students are part of Madison's progress. Maintaining the student seat reaffirms the city's commitment to shared governance, inclusion, and community partnership. As a student who is very, very involved both at UW-Madison and in the city, for example, I serve as a chief election inspector with the city of Madison. I've hosted multiple candidate forums for the city. I've just been a very engaged student. And even for me, who's known amongst the student body as being one of the most engaged students with local government, it was kind of hard for me to figure out how to join a city committee and how to be engaged. And without this seat that ASM has, I don't think I would be here. And that's saying a lot considering I'm already one of the more engaged students at the UW-Madison committee. So I think this seat really helps serve as a bridge between the university and the city. And I understand that there have been concerns about attendance in the past, but as you can see here today, and although I was virtual in previous meetings, I've been here, I have shown up, and I will continue to show up. I will also help ensure that this is a priority of ASM in the future, and that even after I graduate and my appointment ends, ASM will have people consistently here. So thank you for your consideration. I oppose this proposed ordinance change.
Thank you. Further discussion. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Chair. So can I ask a question from thank you, I'm sorry, for the person who just spoke.
Katie,
thank you. Amber, can you explain, so these positions that are removed, they don't have a vote. They just are allowed to sit on the committee and be part of the discussion. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah. So they're called in the ordinance as it currently is technical advisors to the committee. They can question witnesses, take part in debate, but shall not vote and shall not take part in any closed sessions.
And they don't count for quorum either, I suppose, because
No.
otherwise we would never have quorum. Because even though this Katie was very eloquent speaking, we really don't have. This is kind of new for us to have a representation. So I will just in general, I second what Sam was expressing in regards to BCC's reorganization and streamlining. So I don't see these changes as excluding anyone from the process. Anybody can actually participate. I actually would love for her as a person to have an actual vote on to be a long-term member of the committee, not just like be done once she's done being student. So it would be great if in the future she can move to a voting position. But so I really want to make sure that it's clear that this is not a reflection on you or we're coming after you. This is just in general because of historical lack of participation. On the other hand, I don't I wouldn't be opposed to keep this particular position on the ordinance either, since there is enough energy at the moment to have that seat secure for the students. But just wanted to clarify. Thank you for speaking, and want to make sure that this is not coming as a personal thing. Definitely, we value your voice and experience at the table.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we? So I think Alder Figueroa Cole just said that she's okay with keeping.
Sorry, I was also, there's another handout that.
Oh.
It's Catherine Loving, who's the UW.
Oh, okay. Catherine Loving.
Good evening, everyone. Catherine Loving. I'm the UW rep currently. And I believe this position is typically held by the Director of Prevention Services from University Health Services. And I took on that role last December, so I've been coming to the meetings since then. And of course, we find it very helpful to stay in touch with the issues that the city's dealing with related to alcohol licenses. And, the majority probably of your business isn't necessarily relevant to the university. But the ones that are, it's really helpful to know more about how decisions are being made and what the issues are. And just for your information, there has not been a leadership group related to alcohol at the university for probably 5 years now. And there is a leadership group reconvening probably in November. And so there will be a body at the university that will be responsible for making decisions about alcohol-related issues. And I think that group would also appreciate staying informed. So thank you.
Thank you. Points of discussion on the motion. Alder Knox.
Thank you. I guess I just want to state my opposition to this particular item. I really, really frown on opportunities that eliminate citizens' participation in government. I think that goes to the fundamental issues of our democracy. In this particular case, even though these individuals may not vote, they certainly can weigh in on issues that impact them. I love what the young lady stated about being students, but the Tavern League, I'm sure they are very important to the decisions that we make in alcohol review. And I would certainly suggest not supporting this resolution. And when it gets to the council, I'll again not support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Westra.
So one of the goals of this ordinance is to modernize the committee, but also understand that we don't haven't had participation for many, many years, even before COVID, from the seats that are being removed as technical advisors. None of these changes means that the people who care don't need to keep informed. So the UW can still keep informed and watch our meetings without having a seat here to see what's going on or why we make decisions. Same with ASM. We don't have a South Side representation. We don't have an East Side representation. We don't have kids under 21 who like to drink representation. The students are important to Madison, but our alcohol license review committee is more than just the downtown Madison. We have more or less student alders. We have student alder districts, and anyone can apply to be on the committee and be a voting member and come and have a voice and register for things and pay attention. We don't need to keep seats that won't continually get filled with people who are going to be here and participate. It confuses people. If we were going to have a technical advisors, we should have one from the Restaurant Association, the Tavern League, the Craft Beers Association, and the Distributors Association. Those would be our technical advisors. I'd love to have someone from DOR, but that gets crazy. So let's just have the committee as the committee needs to be. There doesn't need to be a lot of drama around these seats changing, because it's not changing what we do here. It has never affected a vote that we have here. Thank you.
Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. So I drafted this at the request of the mayor and the other sponsors, Alder Figueroa Cole and Alder Glenn. And I know that y'all have been talking a lot about this one part of the ordinance, but I was hoping that I could kind of just summarize the rest of the ordinance, because it does involve more than just this one little issue of the non-voting participants. Chair, would that be all right with you at this time?
Yes.
Okay. So you can see that in addition to what you've mostly been talking about, this ordinance amendment changes the makeup of the ALRC voting members. It would go from 9 to 7 members, 2 alder people, 4 residents, and then the last member would be either an alder or a resident. So that kind of lets that seat be a little bit more flexible. So I'm not, necessarily an advocate for this. I've just drafted it. But I will tell you, as you've probably noticed, that finding people and having a quorum is sometimes difficult. And so I do believe that this was part of an attempt to help out with staff or fully having full membership on the ALRC. Then it gets into the part that we've talked about with the non-voting, what we're calling technical advisors. And then the rest of this was just kind of getting rid of extra and sort of confusing language about terms. I did clear up the terms for residents being 3 years, and when they expire, even if you're kind of joining later to fill in the rest of a term. Same thing with alders. That citywide has switched to being a 1-year term with a specific expiration date. And so that would be the same thing with an alder who's like filling in for another alder. For the rest of a term, it would still end at the same expiration date. And then I added in for duties that you handle entertainment licenses, because that wasn't explicit in the duties earlier, even though it is in Chapter 38. And then I added in something about producer full service retail sales. That is similar to what you handled on the consent agenda earlier with that winery wanting to sell wine. So these producer full service retail sales, it's part of that newer state law. This is kind of just something that I recommended putting into the ordinance because there is something in the state law that says that the committee should treat those similarly to other licenses. So for example, we can't like ban those or put more restrictions or conditions on those types of applications, even though they are for state permits, and would come to us for approval before it goes to the state. The point of this is it just needs to be in there by the state law that we treat them similarly. And I think those are the main changes that I made. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I will note that, I have been advising the committee for 2 years, and up until just a couple of months ago, I have not heard any commentary from any of the technical advisors to the committee. So that is my summary. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments? Ms. Bell was next. Okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think that the role of the ASM seat is it's really about having a learning experience for students and making it easily accessible. The student body itself works in a lot of ways through ASM, through like clubs, things like that. And this is like a way of kind of bridging that divide. I don't know. It's just like, I don't think that it's realistic to expect students to be able to have these opportunities outside of connecting them through some kind of bridge, like ASM serves as a bridge. I don't know. It just seems inaccessible. And then I bring forward like the question of, if you were to remove the technical advisor seats, specifically the ASM seat, is how do you, not that it's technically an obligation, but what would be the kind of plan to try to engage students? Because right now this is really the only mechanism that there is. And I kind of feel like student voice would unfortunately be cut out in a lot of ways through this, because this is one of the only tangible opportunities for students to get involved. From my perspective as a student who is now sitting in the seat and wouldn't be here if ASM didn't have a relationship with the city.
Thank you. Ms. Farley.
Yeah, I just had a question. Just to confirm, how many current vacant seats do we have on the committee?
2.
Okay. And so this this proposed amendment would essentially remove the 2 vacant seats that we have today, correct?
It would. Currently, there's 3 alder seats, and this change would have 2 alder seats, and then there would be a alder/resident seat.
Okay. My concern with that is I feel like if we are offering the opportunity to students to be able to like serve directly on the committee as an alternative, it feels like we are also taking away any vacancies that are currently on the committee for them to be able to do that. That's just my statement.
Thank you. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair. So I have a lot to say about this, which is why I was actually very supportive of Ms. Westra's original motion to table this item. And
Did I miss something? Oh, to put it at the
well,
end.
like an hour ago or whenever it was. So my apologies to all the applicants that are here in person and are waiting for us virtually to get to their items. But I'll proceed. So I'm very opposed to the ordinance as it's currently written. I'm sure some of you noticed that my name is not on it as a sponsor, as the only alder on this committee that is not a sponsor of the ordinance. As Attorney McReynolds knows, because we've talked about this several times, I can't support what she was requested to draft by the mayor's office. I do have a couple of ideas on ways to improve this measure, but before I get to that, I just want to give a quick history as the longest tenured member of this committee, so you have some background of where we are. First of all, when I first joined the committee, there were only 7 members, and 2 of the 7 were alders. We had, they didn't call them technical advisors, but we had non-voting members, and one of those non-voting members was the president of the Tavern League of Dane County, or their designee, along with a bunch of city staff. It was former Chancellor John Wiley, along with the University Health Service, being the recipient of a very generous grant from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation many years ago, that led to the request by Bascom Hall to add a voice for the university on this committee. We followed the model of the Tavern League. So again, the Tavern League had a seat at this table when I joined 30 years ago. That's how long we've had this idea of non-voting members. It's been decades. So the Tavern League has had a formal voice at these meetings for many decades. It goes back my 30 plus years of service in City Hall. The Chancellor, then former Chancellor John Wiley, felt very strongly, very concerned about student binge drinking, had a grant of a significant amount of money that lasted for many years from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. University Health Service did all sorts of robust programming in this area, including hiring all sorts of project staff with the grant. And that led, again, to that seat being added here. We, in the early years, did have very robust participation by the university through the Chancellor's office, not UHS, not University Health Service, whereby the community relations position in the Chancellor's office was the one that was designated to serve on this committee. This is maybe more for Catherine Loving's benefit, curious about the history than the rest of you. Sorry if I'm taking too much time with my history here. So that was, and so by the way, if anyone remembers Tom Seeger, if that name rings a bell, I would say that Tom was the last very active member of this committee before he retired from UHS, from University Health Service, in terms of the Chancellor's designee seat. With, again, no offense to Ms. Loving, who, as you heard, has only been a member of this committee for a handful of months. So how did we get the student seat? Well, when the proposal was that there be a seat for the Chancellor, some of us on the City Council said we need there to be balance, and so we were successful in having an ASM designee seat. It was so controversial at the time, it was sunset. We could only get 11 votes on the City Council to create a student seat here if it was sunset, and the position was only in effect for 2 years. Why do I share that with you? Because the seat proved its worth. And we had very robust, energetic participation, both from the Chancellor's designee and the student government designee. That sunset without controversy, as I recall, going back to the dark ages here, was removed without controversy by the City Council at the recommendation of the ALRC. So the ASM designee seat was made permanent. Some name that maybe some of you remember is Mark Wolf. By the way, that was in about 2009, I believe. That's how long there's been, I believe, an ASM seat is 2009 on this committee. Mark Wolf was one of those undergraduates appointed by ASM to serve on our committee. He did such a remarkable job. Former Mayor Dave Chislevich appointed him to be the city's alcohol policy coordinator. We used to have a full-time staff person in the mayor's office with that dealt with alcohol policy issues. By the way, parenthetically, also in response to former Chancellor John Wiley's initiative or trying to reduce student binge drinking. The UW paid for 50% of that position in the mayor's office. And then they dropped that. But anyway, that's how it started out. So we have had very active members on this committee representing the student body UW-Madison. Admittedly, the last active member before Kaylee Bell joined us was a guy named Seamus McWilliams. Jim, at least you would remember Seamus. I never actually got to meet him in person because it was during COVID, but he never missed a meeting virtually during COVID. That's the last person I remember that has actively involved in ASM. So I don't disagree with any of the recollections that many have already shared that, anecdotally, we have not had good participation from either the chancellor's representative or ASM's representative in the last few years. That's undeniable. So I have had many conversations with the mayor about this, and we agree to disagree perhaps on some things, but let me say this, that I do believe that, for one thing, let me just share that I told the mayor that of all the poor timing to propose this right when student government literally appointed one of the most hardworking student activists on this campus, someone that everyone in the city clerk's office knows personally because of your activism encouraging students to vote, that this ordinance is proposed. It has absolutely, obviously nothing to do with any of the individuals that are impacted by this, the incumbents impacted by this. And when I shared with the mayor the amazing accomplishments in 3 years and a few months of our current ASM representative, Ms. Bell, she's like, oh my gosh, I'll just appoint her to a voting seat. And I reminded the mayor that under this proposal, there are no voting seats available because we just filled the 7th seat on this committee with a great candidate that I know comes highly recommended. So where we left it with the mayor is that, and I don't want to mean to speak for her, and I don't know that her chief of staff is still with us. He had to get on with his other obligations tonight. But where I left it with the mayor is she said she would have no objection to amending the ordinance to retaining the non-voting, yes, we call them technical advisors, which is copying the city's vending oversight committee where we call them technical advisors, to retaining the non-city staff technical advisors. Let me circle back, though, to the Dane County Tavern League. Jim Boxrood, who I'm sure is in the meeting, but we can't see him because he always joins us by telephone since the pandemic, has been for many years the Tavern League of Dane County's representative on this committee. His attendance is absolutely amazing, as the deputy city clerk will attest to. How do we not know that? How come we don't realize that? It's because he's always on his phone and we only see a phone number if you're in the Zoom screen. But before we went hybrid, before the pandemic, Jim was always in person in room 201 across the street. I don't think he ever missed a meeting. What I will say, Jim, and I don't mean to, this is a criticism because I know you're listening to me, is he is not, you said, Kaylee, that you don't enjoy public speaking or you're not a good public speaker, which is of course not accurate at all. And not necessarily putting yourself down, but Jim is very bashful about public speaking. So admittedly, he doesn't hardly ever speak in our meetings except maybe to respond to a question or ask a question. But where he's great at is he religiously then gives a report of our meetings to the monthly meetings of the Dane County Tavern League and that liaison role. Now, with that said, the two ideas I had coming into the meeting are, one, at Jim's request, and I did talk to him earlier today, he said, I would have liked to know about this sooner. And I did call him about a month ago, but it was literally right after the last meeting of the Dane County Tavern League. And so he has not been able to report back to the Dane County Tavern League about this proposal and how it impacts their organization. Again, this seat has been around for decades. Marsh Shapiro, a name some of you know from the Nitty Gritty, was, for example, a longtime non-voting Tavern League rep on this committee, very, very active, quite verbose in our meetings. Again, I say that as a compliment. But anyway, Jim, I said to Jim, after he told me he hasn't been able to talk with the Tavern League about this, I said, well, I'm happy to ask this committee to refer this item for 1 month so that you can get informal input from the Tavern League. But the other idea I have for a motion is to recommend adoption to the council, but with an amendment that retains the positions of ASM, the Chancellor, and the Dane County Tavern League. And then we wouldn't have to have this come back to us, next month or at a different meeting. Again, I hope I am not misstating what the mayor told me in a meeting a week ago that she would be comfortable with, and that is just removing all the city staff. So the deputy mayor, for example, doesn't need to feel guilty that she never is able to attend our meetings. Everything else in this ordinance, speaking for myself, I realize that maybe some don't agree with reducing the size of the committee from 9 to 7, but that's consistent with this initiative that Mr. Munger spoke to us about from the mayor's office. Also, the flexibility of having 2 or 3 alders is very consistent with this overall initiative. Believe it or not, historically, not a lot of alders want to serve on this job, in this committee. They consider it a thankless job. So sometimes there's trouble with mayors past or current and past being able to fill both the resident seats and the alder seats on this committee. So I appreciate Attorney McReynolds and all of her work drafting and researching this. I personally would have my name on this as a sponsor if it wasn't for, again, how it impacts the campus community and the Tavern League. But again, I don't know how the Tavern League feels because we haven't received formal input from them. So those are my thoughts. I won't make an alternate motion now. I just wanted to share all that and see if anyone has any reaction, any thoughts on is there any support for referring this to our next regular meeting to get the formal input of the Tavern League. Mr. Boxrood might want to speak for himself before we decide on a motion and vote. Or maybe do we avoid the controversy right here and now tonight and retain the 3 non-voting technical advisors as currently written, but remove all the staff ones that are currently in the ordinance. So I'll yield back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have 3 in the queue who are wishing to speak. Ms. Clemens.
Quick clarifying question, probably for staff or maybe Mr. Munger if he's still on the line. Are there any other city committees with technical advisor seats designated as student seats? And if so, are they earmarked for removal as part of the streamlining effort?
Hi, this is Sam. I will say, and I think that some of the alders may also be able to help me fill in my recollection here, because they are either on the relevant committees in some cases or were in council leadership when this process began, though they now are no longer because the process has taken a while. I believe the answer is yes. I believe that there and Alder Revere, maybe you can help me out, but I think that the campus advisory committee had a student seat, or maybe it was the student alder seat. And that is one of the committees that I believe we let's see, I think that was one of the, never mind. I'm going to get that wrong. I think that some of the seats were removed from there. I'm not sure if the student was. I don't believe that there are other, just to answer your very precise question, since I muddled the more general one, I don't believe there are other instances where there are students as technical advisors. As one of the alders mentioned, I believe the Vending Oversight Committee has technical advisors as well, that term, but they are not student seats. And I think in general, I'm hard-pressed to think of other committees that have ex officio that have non-voting seats other than the Vending Oversight Committee. But again, maybe some of the alders can help fill in the gaps in my recollection.
Yeah, I can add. You did a really good job, Sam. So I have the privilege of serving on 3 other committees with students that are appointed by the student government. And those 3, besides Ms. Bell and her predecessors on this committee, it's the Downtown Coordinating Committee, the Downtown Business Improvement District Board, and the Joint Campus Area Committee. It's called joint, by the way, because half of the appointees are appointed by the chancellor and half by the mayor. And so ASM has one of those seats where they appoint somebody. Sam was also correct that, well, I mentioned it earlier too, but Colin formerly served and I currently serve on the city's vending oversight committee, and that we've always had technical advisors who are actual license holders, like Sidewalk Cafe license holders and arts and crafts vendors and food cart operators. Does that answer your question? Or?
Yeah, that partially, the second half is, are those reserved seats also targeted for removal with the streamlining effort through the mayor's office?
They are, well, I don't know if Sam wants to answer it, but they are not. I'll just keep talking. Sam, please interrupt me if you'd like, and correct me, especially if I'm wrong. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. So I don't agree with this personally either, but part of the initiative was that the city's downtown coordinating committee was to be abolished completely, including the ASM seat. We compromised, and that is now scheduled to sunset in April of next year. Along with it, that student designated seat. So that has been approved by the city council at this point. The other committees that I articulated are not slated to change in terms of the student designated seats. Joint campus is only going to be maybe partially change some of the language in that ordinance, but not the membership. And then the Business Improvement District Board, which is the greater State Street Capitol Square area, would not as well be affected. You're welcome.
Anything further? Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you. And to add to that answer, the housing policy committee, which is a brand new committee that was merged as part of the streamlining process, also contains information to be inclusive of students from the university. So I did a quick search on NGOs, but I'm sure there are other opportunities where it's spelled out with their with emphasis on students. I'm unclear if Alder Verveer made a motion, but again, like I said earlier, I don't mind having those advisory seats back on the as an amendment. So if that was a motion, I support it. And I want to emphasize what Alder Macarinos was saying, that there's additional changes here that are also important. So I'm not sure if there was a motion, but if there wasn't one, I'm okay by doing, by motion for recommendation to accept, to adopt, or whatever we need to, the word is, with by restating the advisory seats.
Thank you. Alder Verveer did
I can
not
move it. I can formally, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Alder Figueroa Cole. I can formally move then to do so. So I formally would move to recommend adoption of the ordinance to the Common Council with the following amendment that, quote, the president of the Dane County Tavern League, the chair of the Student Council of Associated Students of Madison, and the University of Wisconsin Chancellor or their designees shall not be struck. Again, I'll continue. Or their designees shall serve as technical advisors to the committee. So not strike that sentence.
Second.
Okay,
I would just quickly ask that then if that Attorney McReynolds, if this motion succeeds, that she draft a substitute and add my name as a sponsor, please. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So is everyone okay with replacing the motion to, so instead of, okay, does anyone object to replacing the previous motion with the one Alder Verveer just made? Seeing none. So the motion before us is to recommend approval with the exception that remove the strike-throughs on ASM chair, the chancellor, the president of Dane County Tavern League, or their designees. Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to get clarification on then if the motion includes from Alder Verveer, I guess, unstriking the sentence that starts with technical advisors to the committee I'll just read the whole thing. Upon proper recognition by the chair, may question witnesses who appear before the committee and may take part in debate, but shall not have a vote and shall not take part in any deliberations held in closed session. Would you like that sentence?
To retain is in the ordinance. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for catching that. I appreciate that.
And I'm okay with that as a second.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Further discussion. I will just say I'm happy with this amendment, and I plan to support it. I agree with everything that was said by Ms. Bell and Alder Verveer. The students' voice on this committee is important. Students are peculiar and important interests in our downtown community. It would be a big mistake to remove that guaranteed ASM student seat, and so I'm pleased with the amendment. I'm pleased that we're cleaning up this section of the ordinances, clarifying what we need to after the passage of 2023 Act, well, the new alcohol beverage law, clarifying what the duties of the ALRC are. So thank you for the amendment, for the great discussion, everybody. Next in the queue, wishing to speak was Alder Glenn.
I put my hand down, but I'll just go. I was just going to kind of say what you actually said, Colin. It was a really great discussion, and I was, my part of this was what Amber read out. I think it's important that we get some streamlining and some structure and some consistency, and students' voices are very important. I try to do things when I'm thinking of votes or sponsorships with the equity lens, and everyone can have a missed opportunity of seeing the equity and the lifting up the voices of students. So I'm really glad we had a great discussion, great advocacy for ASM tonight, great showing up, and I'll just say I was comfortable with the striking, just to give some clarification, with the idea that it wasn't voting, and are they, I know that the current person has been there since I've been here. I just think it's important that when we have seats, we try to be them in there as much, and with data that showed that there hadn't been. So that was kind of my justification with it, but I'm all for moving this new amendment. Amending it from Alder Verveer, and keeping those voices as technical assistants, but streamlining it, making it smaller, and having some regulation behind this and other councils.
Thank you. Last, Ms. Bell.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to be on this committee, and thank you for listening to my concerns. I really appreciate it. I don't think there's any further student opposition to the proposed ordinance change with the given amendment, and thank you for giving students the opportunity to have their voice heard on the Alcohol License Review Committee. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is to recommend approval of the proposed ordinance with the with the amendment that keeps technical advisors. We're all on the same page with what the motion is. So we'll move to a vote. Mr. Verbeek.
Yeah. First, Oliver, can I just clarify? So you're okay with the technical advisor for the chief of police be gone because MPD is added as a staff person? Okay.
Including Mike's on. Yes, you're correct. Okay. So all the non-voting city staff in the ordinance today would move to just being called staff.
Gotcha.
And as mentioned earlier, the deputy mayor would no longer have any formal role.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just to be clear, we'd still have the benefit of you and Assistant City Attorney McReynolds and Zilla V and Captain Hartman. So none of that would change. You just wouldn't technically be the crazy minutes you had to deal with since the day you started with us, where you don't know how to list all the non-voting technical advisors and if they're here or not. So.
Okay.
In Legistar, at least, it's the Legistar issue. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so roll call. Alder Glenn.
Aye.
Alder Glenn, aye. Alder Revere.
Aye.
Alder Revere, aye. Mr. Bruchuk.
Aye.
Mr. Bruchuk, aye. Ms. Farley.
Aye.
Ms. Farley, aye. Ms. Westra.
No.
Ms. Westra, no. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Aye.
Alder Figueroa Cole, aye. Ms. Clemens.
Aye.
Ms. Clemens, aye. Chair, the vote is 6 ayes, 1 no.
All right, with 6 ayes, 1 no, that motion carries. Thank you. Thanks, Sam, for being here and everyone for the good discussion. And thank you and apologies to the applicants who with us. We're ready to move on with the rest of the agenda. So up next is Speedway, 4132, 4902 Verona Road. Do we have a registrant for this?
We do. Where's my one? We have 3 registrants, Brian Randall in support wishing to speak, Chrissy Adderholt in support wishing to speak, and Lauren Hart in support available to answer questions. And Brian and Chrissy are both in Zoom.
Okay, Brian and Chrissy, are you, Brian, you can go first, or if you're going together, you can go together.
Thank you, Chair. I hope the audio is working. I don't know if my camera is working or not.
We can hear you just fine.
Wonderful. Yes, I'm attorney Brian Randall with Amundsen Davis, 111 East Kilbourne Avenue in Milwaukee, 53202. My colleague Chrissy Adderholt and I have been working with Speedway, and the next item we'll talk about was 7-Eleven. We work with them on a lot of licensing here in the state of Wisconsin. I'll take the lead, but Chrissy had been involved with some of the outreach to Captain Blackamore and through Alder Figueroa Cole. So I know Chrissy may have to speak up on a couple of the details if needed. And then I'm glad that you indicated that Lauren Hart is in the audience. She's the store leader. And certainly if there are questions about the specifics of store operations, we may defer to Lauren. In this instance, as I mentioned, well, let me pause. Is that an adequate introduction? And do you need to hear some details about the license request?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So this is an existing Speedway store over on Verona and Raymond Road, and there is an existing beer-only license. And in the capacity of that license, we only sell things like 6-packs and cases. Don't do any single serving. That's part of what Speedway does as far as a commitment to the community and how they do their sales. The request before the committee is for a full Class A liquor license. And I know at the time that we reached out with Alder Figueroa Cole, our discussion focused on wine only. But we pressed Speedway today because I saw that there was some confusion and some issues on our end. And I really wanted to get to the bottom that we are requesting the full liquor license because of what some of the customers have been looking for. That includes wine. We now have canned mixed cocktails. People are looking for those, but we would do those in the 6-packs. We wouldn't do single servings or things like that. And then customers have been asking for vodka and brandy, things like Bloody Marys, Old Fashions, just the typical things they're looking for to grab from the convenience store that we have. So I wanted to provide that clarification. I know we did have a community meeting at the store on October 6th. We've had that outreach to the Alder. And we are willing to abide by not having single servings and things like that of our existing beer license, as well as if that would be amenable for canned mixed cocktails and other conditions of approval. So we're happy to answer any questions. And I should add that my understanding through Captain Blackamore is that we have not had any liquor violations The store, and we can go into more detail if needed, but Speedway does have a training program. They send their employees through sales training, have quarterly follow-ups, and in fact do our own undercover service to check on things like IDing customers and things of that nature. And then, of course, the police department, we expect, may do that occasionally, and we're pleased that we've not had any liquor violations. Thank you to the committee. I know it's been a long meeting, very interesting discussions, and this is something, again, looking just to expand the customer offerings at this store that does have a beer-only license, but we'd like a few other products to serve our customers. Thank you.
Thank you. Chrissy, do you want to say anything?
No, I think Brian summarized that great. So thanks, Brian.
Excellent. Questions for the registrants?
Quick question.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. I was going to call you.
Okay. I was just going to ask the applicant, does the Speedway location where you're requesting this have gas pumps?
My understanding is yes, but I'd ask Lauren Hart to confirm that.
Yes. And are you aware that in the city of Madison, we have a ordinance that we cannot give intoxicating liquor licenses to locations that have gas pumps? Our staff attorney could read that off for you, unless we've magically we got rid of that ordinance, which I don't think we have.
It's my understanding, we can check with the attorney, but you just can't sell hard liquors, but you can sell wine, and I should just check with Attorney McReynolds.
Hey there, thank you, Chair. Yes, I can pull up the ordinance number, but they can receive a liquor license, but then a condition would be that it's only limited to selling wine, which also includes cider.
Yes.
But yes, you're right. No actual liquor in the common sense.
So one thing, Attorney McReynolds, just on the side, since this was brought up in this discussion, I have seen other gas stations sneaking in those canned cocktails with vodka somehow. So I just want to clarify that getting the Class A we would allow you to sell wine, and then we would put on the ordinance as a condition of the license that you cannot sell intoxicating liquors.
And this is Attorney Randall. I'm fine with that. I apologize that then I spoke for about 3 minutes about our desire to have the broader license. Certainly, we recognize that if there is an existing ordinance, that this committee wouldn't have the ability to deviate from that. So we would amend our request to have the Class A with a condition of wine only, which sounds like it would be consistent with Madison City ordinance.
Thank you. Do you have anything more, Ms. Westra? Okay. I'm just, Attorney McReynolds, is it your opinion that the ordinance would prohibit the spirit-based seltzers?
Let me take a quick look. So the licensee has to agree to the condition that they will limit sales of intoxicating liquors to wine. So there's nothing in the ordinance about like specific quantities or percentages or anything like that. So yeah, I mean, they should only be selling wine, and wine that like a canned cocktail with vodka would not qualify as wine.
Okay. Thank you. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Actually, I don't have any questions for the applicant. I already sent the applicant the conditions that are imposed in other in these cases. So they had that information, and I sent that to the licensing email. So you guys have it. But I don't have any questions for the applicant. I'm just gonna wait for discussion. Thank you.
Ms. Clemens.
Thank you, Chair. A question for the applicants on their application, question number 20. The directors listed on the application are the same as another applicant will be seen tonight. So should question 20 actually read yes?
And this is Attorney Randall. I apologize. I don't have that in front of me, but if I'm remembering the forms that you're referencing, there would be a question about does the licensee have an interest in any other licenses?
Yes, that's correct, Brian.
Correct. And it does specify including any directors.
Yes. So I think, and I would maybe defer to your city attorney as well. If you've interpreted that as when we have a chain here, if you will, Speedway and 7-Eleven are owned by the same ultimate corporation, and therefore that's why the directors are the same. And if they should disclose that they have multiple license under that business, then we would want to amend our answer accordingly if that's how the city's interpreting it.
That is how we interpret it, but I think that can just be amended, through the clerk's office, without a major issue. I think a lot of it has to do with the background checks, and so as long as we did background checks on the correct folks, then that is what we're going for.
I can make sure to do the amendment through the clerk's office for both agenda item 11 and 12 then, so that'll be in our to-do list.
Thank you. Did you catch the issue?
It was regarding.
I think the answer for question 20 on this
another
application just needs to be switched to yes.
Okay.
So, further questions?
Yeah, one more quick thing. Question 36 on the application, is the applicant indebted to any wholesaler beyond 15 days for beer or 30 days for liquor? The answer was yes. I just want to confirm that was intentional.
Believe that is a mistake. And confirming, yes.
So the answer then to that question is no.
Yes, and we can make sure to amend that as well with the clerk's office when we amend question 20.
Thank you. Attorney McReynolds, or sorry, Ms. Clemens, were you finished?
Finished.
Okay. Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. While you're doing amendments, number 18, the registered agent for your corporation or LLC needs to be completed.
Noted, thank you.
Okay, Alder Figueroa Cole.
I'm sorry, I did have a question after all. Were you able to reach out to the neighborhood association contact I provided?
Yes, I sent out an email that same day that you had emailed me. I believe that was the 6th, and I have not heard a response at this time.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then I heard that you were in communication with Blackmore Captain, right?
Yeah, I believe beginning like September 23rd, we had a few phone calls and he left me a voicemail saying he had everything he had needed at the time and didn't indicate that he needed additional materials or anything from us.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions for the applicant? Further questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion? Alder Figueroa Cole.
So I sent the conditions via email and I didn't ask the applicants if they will accept them, but guess I can read them. If there's any issues, we can go over that. And they're long, so I sent an email to Jim so he doesn't have to type them. Move to grant with the following conditions. The establishment should not sell, dispense, or give away fermented malt beverages in the original container in amounts less than the amount contained in a 6-pack of 12-ounce bottles or cans. This is only applicable to fermented malt beverages which fall into the following categories of brands: domestic premium, domestic sub-premium, which includes value and economy brands, malt liquor, and similarly situated imported brands. Condition 2, flavored malt beverages containing up to 6% alcohol by volume may not be sold, dispensed, or given away in the original container in amounts less than a 4-pack of 12-ounce bottles or cans. Flavored malt beverages containing over 6% alcohol by volume may not be sold, dispensed, or given away in the original container in amounts less than 6-pack of 12 ounces bottles or cans. Condition 3, the establishment should not sell, dispense, or give away flavor fortified wines in the original container with an alcohol content of more than 12.5% alcohol by volume, where spirits have been added to the wine that have not been produced from the same fruit as the wine for consumption of the licensed premises. This prohibition should not apply to any other wine product as defined by Wisconsin State Statute 125.02, Section 22, and Condition 4, Class A liquor license limited to only sales of wine.
Yes, we're amendable to those conditions, Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you. So that will be my motion.
Alder Figueroa Cole moves to grant with the conditions as just read and also emailed to the entire committee. So, discussion or second?
I second.
Revere seconds. Discussion.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a question of our legal counsel, though, before we proceed. Yeah, thank you, Attorney McReynolds. So you'll recall a couple of months ago, I had asked you if you could take the time to research for us what the most appropriate Class A liquor with gas pumps condition would be. I just noted that when we last had one of these before us, we settled on the language, quote, sales of alcohol shall be limited to beer, wine, cider, and fermented malt beverages only. I can repeat that again for everyone's benefit. So the last time I could find action was our August 20th meeting, and we went with sales of alcohol shall be limited to beer, wine, cider, and fermented malt beverages only. Attorney, have you had a chance to take a look at that and see if that's language is recommended by your office or should be modified in any way?
That language that you just read is still accurate. But to simplify things, since they are having the beer and liquor, if you see Alder Figueroa Cole's last
wine only
condition, wine only includes cider. So Class A liquor license limited to only sales of wine is accurate. Like basically they're saying this, it's saying the same thing as what you just read off.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Oh, yes, it does. And we've been back and forth on this over the years. When the cider license was enacted by the state legislature, we went back and forth. Should we include cider? Cider's included in wine.
I
understand. Oh, sorry.
Cider's included in wine, but maybe just for like clarity for the applicant as well, it could read Class A liquor license limited to only sales of wine, which includes cider.
Okay.
That might be helpful just so people know that cider is like under the category of wine.
Okay, so it's your advice that we have separate conditions, that we not acknowledge that they also would be likely granted a Class A beer license?
Oh, right.
So I don't know, I guess.
Because in this case, they already have
maybe some of you remember why we did it this way, but I thought just to be all inclusive and not confuse people, that one piece of paper hanging in their store.
Yes.
Is the Class A beer license, that is, has no conditions on it, but the Class A liquor license then says shall be limited to wine only. We used to do it that way all the time. And then I forget who recommended it, but we went to this maybe easier to comprehend all-inclusive language of listing out the different beverages.
I'm sorry to go back and forth on this. I do think that they, to us, say the same thing, but to someone reading it, I think you're right that it should just be listed out. the way that you've originally read it off. I think that's going to be the clearest way for someone to understand what they're actually allowed to sell, who's not like looking at the state statutes.
That's just my thought too, especially since Alder Figueroa Cole's motion, I presume, and she can correct me if I'm wrong, these conditions would be on both the Class A beer license and the Class A liquor license. And since that's the case, maybe we should go with the more inclusive list of alcoholic beverages.
I agree.
Thank you.
Is that a friendly amendment that you are making?
I'm good with it. Certainly if you are as the main motion and the alder of the district alders.
Well, no, I mean, just for the record, I dig around what we had and I just copied the
Oh yeah,
language.
no, I appreciate that.
I want to be
yes.
consistent, but I
Yes.
want also to make sure that whatever we choose here tonight, somehow we continue to
Yes, absolutely.
use in the future. Because I didn't, I just look at my district and I grabbed the language was already there.
Yes, thank you for doing that and for helping us. Yes, consistency from all the years I've served this has not been our strong suit on the committee. But yes, that's why I was hoping that, Attorney McReynolds could research it and figure out what the, uniform condition could be in the future for us. That's the best, so.
So you can make if you guys are ready to make that on this one, I'm fine with the change. You just have to spell it out.
Sure, do you consider that?
Yeah, that's fine. Are we replacing the fourth condition?
Yeah, so condition 4 in the motion, unless there's objection, would read, I'm just going again with what we did a couple meetings ago, sales of alcohol shall be limited to beer, wine, cider, and fermented malt beverages only.
Yep. Okay, so that's the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And it's already been seconded. Is there discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion. Does anyone want the motion and the conditions read again? It's in your emails. Okay. Is there any objection to approving this motion? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you. Next on the agenda, item 12, 7-Eleven at 2216 University Avenue.
Brian and Chrissy will also register for this one.
Great.
And then Jennifer is registered and supportive, will answer questions.
Okay, perfect. Brian and Chrissy, do you have anything to add about this one? Did you talk to the neighborhood and the alder and the police?
Yes, I'll take the lead real quick. Attorney Brian Randall, same appearance. And yes, Jennifer Scattham is the store leader who should be present. So appreciate that appearance has been made. We have the same captain, Captain Blackamore, and Alder Vidavir is the alderperson. And I believe there's an email of that alderperson's support in the file. We did do a neighborhood meeting or an open house style at the store on October 6th, and the neighborhood outreach was conducted as well per the city clerk's office. And so in honor of Alder Revere talking about consistency, I will ask that we have a wine only license because we do have gas pumps at the University Avenue location, and we would accept the Class A license with that same condition that you just discussed, because that's all that we can get under the ordinance. We do have a Class A fermented malt beverage license, beer only, already. And my understanding through Captain Blackamore is there have been no liquor violations. And so we'll continue with our training program, carding people, and doing things of that nature. One other issue that did come up, I think, is site cleanliness and litter has been an issue. This was taken over from a franchisee in recent years, and I believe Jennifer is a new store leader. And my understanding is in the last several weeks or months under Jennifer's leadership, the site condition has improved. So we think that maybe there were some older issues, lingering issues. It's a very busy store closer to campus, and so we'll continue to do the outdoor cleanups and keep up with that as best we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant? Alder Revere.
Thank you, Chair. Attorney, have you had a chance to look in the record and see the several letters of correspondence and opposition from neighbors to this application?
Thank you. I did see a couple of them, and one in particular stood out from a former alderperson.
Yes, Alder Bedar.
Yes, and that's why I tried to emphasize maybe there have been issues when a franchisee operated the store. I know certainly people look at it, 7-Eleven, it's a corporate brand, and the buck stops with us. But so we did evaluate that, talk to Chrissy and I report to corporate, and so we talked to people at the corporate level today, but then we also had a phone call with the regional manager, who then I know he's been in touch with Jennifer. So I think we recognize that those issues were registered of concern, and as I maybe broadly describe them as litter related and loitering, we're going to continue to do our part to try to keep people moving along, not loitering at the property. I think there's a shared easement area, so there might be some parking and vehicles left unattended. So if we need to ticket those or have them towed, continue to do that. But also try to make sure that the carding process is done properly and that everyone continues to be trained for the alcohol sales, that we aren't aware of any violations to date, but we don't want there to be any violations.
Thank you. Could you repeat if you said, or maybe you didn't already say it, but when the change in management and ownership occurred?
Yeah, I spoke quickly. There were probably two changes. So I think up until 2 years ago, the store was operated by a franchisee, so different business entity, and they would have had an agreement with 7-Eleven to operate that store. But then the corporate 7-Eleven team took it back and then has employees at the store. And so I also made reference that my understanding is Jennifer has joined that location and is leading that location relatively recently, within those 2 years, maybe within the last couple of months. And so that's another change that we believe has helped with direct attention to the site cleanliness, the store operations, and the training. So kind of two transitions at that point, but it is a corporate-owned store. And that, in my experience, is giving the city a good, responsible party that they can reach out to 7-Eleven as needed. They can reach out to store locations, and now we can be a resource as well.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, did you say that you and your colleague did have communication with the neighborhood association, the Regent Neighborhood Association, or not?
Yes, we sent out an email inviting them to the information session that was held on Monday, October 6th from 5 to 6 p.m. Our report from the 7-Eleven store employees was that there was no attendees at that meeting, though, again, there was letters. Maybe those people were unable to attend, and that's why they sent letters.
So as you probably both have read these, one of the individuals that has written to us tonight is the president of the neighborhood association, although she makes clear she's not speaking on behalf of the neighborhood association, but she is in opposition to at least adding the Class A liquor license. But did you receive a response from RNA to your email? Usually they're very active.
Yep, they responded and they asked some clarifying questions about the meeting, if there would be parking, and they said that they would list it on their listserv.
But Samantha Crownover, or is that who responded to you, Samantha Crownover?
I believe her name was Mary.
Mary Chechekline?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And Mary didn't suggest that you attend one of their regular neighborhood association meetings?
We did not receive an invitation, but I did extend the offer if there was anything that we should be aware of with meetings with the neighbors, but didn't receive an invite at this time.
Have you shared I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, Alder Verveer, this is Brian Randall, and I don't want to speak for Jennifer, but we would certainly encourage that if there is that opportunity, that Jennifer, being the local store leader, probably can follow up if there's a meeting that the association would like us to attend, or if something does happen from the listserv. Part of our value here is creating these points of contact, and so we'd be a resource, and Jennifer could be a resource to the association, and vice versa. So we certainly would do that going forward at your recommendation, because I think that'd be valuable.
Thank you. And did you say in your initial testimony, attorney, that you have no objection to the same conditions that we just imposed on the application we just considered for your West Side store?
That is correct. No objections. I think our gas pump sales far outweigh the need to retain that than getting more liquor. So yes, we would restrict the wine only because we have gas pumps.
But in terms of the other conditions that Alder Figueroa Cole had shared with you previous to today, the so-called uniform conditions that we have on Class A establishments in the city generally?
Yes, and I think as I was looking at the actual Class A beer license from back in June or July, I guess is the date it was issued. But I think some of those conditions are memorialized in that as well, meaning we don't have single serving of malt liquor and things like that. So yes, we'd be amenable to those as the standard conditions. And I think we already have them and we already abide by them, certainly as it relates to the license we have. So no objection.
Okay, thank you. Chair, at the appropriate time, could I ask Jennifer to join us at the table?
Yes.
But I don't know if
Right
there are
now.
other questions for the attorneys or not.
Oh, that's so further questions for the attorneys, like the registrants that we have right now. Okay, then Jennifer can come up and answer questions.
Hi, welcome. In your registration, there's not a last name listed?
Scottum,
Okay.
SKATTUM.
The clerk might want to have you update your registration because it just says Jennifer, no last name. How long have you had the store that you've been involved in on Old University Avenue?
Since August 13th, 2025, I've been
Okay.
leading the store myself there
Okay.
with my team.
Do you consider yourself fully staffed now?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good.
All of the trainees that come in, they all within the first couple days, they have to take their, there's a set of courses all of them have to take. The age-restricted sales, it has to be completed within a timely period, otherwise they're not able to be at premises. All of them have to be carded. We card everyone there, whether it's tobacco, alcohol, it's mandatory. It helps keep safe whether someone looks over 30 or not with beards. People can appear young, older than what they are. As far as the litter, that was a concern on there. Daily, we go out. We've been in contact with neighborhood resource officers there. I've spoken with a few of them with the university as well, partnering with them to have more presence. They stop in the morning, they stop in the afternoon, stop in the evening. They also partner with the apartments next door, with communication with the property owners there, as far as the litter goes, but that's a daily task. My area leader comes up once a week to verify that we can't have any more than 5 pieces of litter on our lot. So they take pictures, which goes up, further up. He was there today again as well. He was there last Thursday, so he makes weekly visits to ensure that it stays up to par. As far as the parking that was mentioned, I call daily. If there are cars in the morning when I get there at 4 a.m., I drive up from Beloit every day, and I have them ticketed and towed. In the beginning, the lot was full, and now there are no cars. Helps mitigate loitering from anyone there. Helps keep people safe. We actually have customers that are coming back that haven't been there in 2 years.
Thank you. It sounds like you're doing a great job. I have to admit, I never would have thought Old University Avenue would have all these problems at a convenience store. But anyway, so it sounds like you have either the Milwaukee attorneys or your direct supervisor have shared these letters of concern with you. You've read them.
Absolutely.
Great,
We
great.
went over each of them. There was an incident of, and I do believe I know the incident that, I'm not sure who was speaking of it. A customer was harassed, as they said, by someone that came in the store, and I was made aware of it that evening by an associate. The person was on camera, and they are told they're no longer allowed in the building. They weren't, what the associate said, intoxicated. They were just being rather annoying. But we want all of our customers to feel safe and feel welcome when they come in there. So they call me immediately, but it doesn't matter what time, and it's taken care of.
Thank you. Just a couple of other quick questions. And this is more in case some of your neighbors might be watching us, either live or the recording of this meeting. So for their benefit in particular, they talk about ambulance and police calls at the convenience store. And then also that it seems to be a hangout for motorcycle, like a large number of noisy motorcycles hang out there. Can you respond to those two issues, please?
In regards to the ambulances, due to HIPAA, there's a minor child that is involved with that, but unrelated to our store.
So it's not like
There-
Madison Fire Department is there all the time because there's some sort of problem on your property.
We've had an ambulance there 3 times, but
Since
that
you've
was
been in
pertaining
charge.
to something separate, but nothing pertaining to the store. But because the apartment touches our parking lot, they pulled into our parking lot.
I
So
see.
yes, they were in our parking lot, but not for the store.
But the call for service is next door at the
Absolutely.
residence. Okay, thank you. And same with police calls for service.
Same with police calls for service. We've had one incident, but it just 2 nights ago, someone had come in and stole something, and my associate called the police right away.
Retail
But
theft.
it was retail theft, yeah. But other than that, we've had no incidences there. The motorcycles, we have a lot of college students in the area that are on e-scooters. But maybe once on a weekend, we might have a motorcycle singular that gets gas.
They allege it's in this one correspondence, joyriding, like large group of motorcyclists. I don't think people would confuse them with scooters, but you're saying that whatever this group of motorcyclists riding around together, they don't come to your place on a regular basis to hang out?
They do.
Okay. Maybe that happened before you took charge.
It's very possible.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm pleased that these letters of concern were shared with you.
Yes.
Thanks
they
for the work you're putting in to improve the quality of life for your neighbors. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions for
I
anyone?
have a question for Chair, for if it's appropriate now, for Captain Hartman.
Sure.
Thank you. Thanks, Captain. So you can probably anticipate my question, and that is if you've had conversations, correspondence with the Midtown District Captain Shannon Blackmore or anyone else at Midtown about this application.
Yes, and no concerns from Captain Blackmore.
Well, good. So you don't know of any of these concerns from neighbors about large number of police calls for service there?
Not any specific details on that, no.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you, Chair.
further questions or a motion?
I'll go ahead then. I'll move to grant the Class A beer, Class A liquor license, unless we need to read them for the record with the same 4 conditions that were previously considered in the last agenda item.
Yep, I think, does everyone understand the motion? It's the same motion as on the last item. So to grant with the standard conditions. Does anyone want them read?
Second.
Okay, so moved by Alder Revere, seconded by Alder Figueroa Cole. Everyone's on the same page. Any discussion? Alder Revere, you're next.
Thank you again, Chair. So just a quick discussion. I'm comfortable moving forward for 2 reasons. One, the Alder of the district in her correspondence, admittedly from several months ago, July, Council President Vitiver, dated July 15th, says she has no objection. I mean, she says other things in her correspondence we have, but does not object to adding wine to this location. And 2, the testimony of Captain Hartman that the captain of the district, Captain Blackmore, has no concerns. With that said, I do take some pause because of this correspondence from neighbors, including 2 people that I actually know very, very well. My former council colleague and the president of the Neighborhood Association. I consider both friends and have tremendous respect for both of them. So it does cause me pause with their objection to the expansion of the Class A liquor. Again, obviously restricted to wine only. But I'll just add that the alder of the district, Council President Vitiver, will have the opportunity, of course, when this application goes before the Common Council, to reconsider perhaps her support, given the other input she's received from her constituents. And so if there are concerns there, it can be addressed at the Common Council meeting or referred back to us. So I just wanted to share that thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Clemens.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to thank the very patient registrant for her information tonight. Just want to note in my assessment, the community concerns that are included in our packet are compelling. And I want to note that I'm not in favor of approval of this item, but I'm hopeful with the recent leadership changes. Really recent leadership changes, maybe there'll be evidence for improvement in the future. So I just want to make that note.
Thank you. Further points of discussion? Call the roll. And so the motion before us is to grant with standard conditions. We'll take a vote.
Alder Revere? Aye. Alder Revere, aye. Ms. Farley?
Sorry. Aye.
Ms. Farley, aye. Ms. Westra?
Aye.
Ms. Westra, aye. Alder Farrell-Cole?
Aye.
Alder Farrell-Cole, aye. Alder Glenn?
Aye.
Alder Glenn, aye. Ms. Clemens?
Nay.
Ms. Clemens, no. Chair, that is 5 ayes and 1 no.
Motion carries 5-1. Next item is, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next item is item 13, Taj Indian Cuisine and Bar, 444 South Park Street.
Vishal Kumar is registered for this item. And
Vishal, are you with us?
come up to the.
Oh, there you are. Thanks for sticking with us tonight.
Yeah, no
We're
worries.
almost done. Have you contacted the 3 required contacts, the neighborhood, the police, and the alder?
Yes, I have.
And how do those discussions go?
They all went good. All the people that I spoke to had no concerns. The previous restaurant that occupied the space that we're taking over, they also had no issues. So we plan on just continuing to do what they were doing and just implement our food, basically.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
And you can tell the committee anything else you'd like to share.
Yeah, so basically we plan on just running the bar, because before it used to be like a brewery. So there is a large bar in the restaurant. So we do plan to continue to run that bar. Initially in our soft opening, we're probably not going to do a full bar just because we're going to do our house cocktails. But after that point, in our grand opening, we do want to just, have a full bar going. So with that being said, our alcohol is stored in a locked storage. And then we also have alcohol behind the bar, of course. And those will all be locked up as well, at the end of the night. And yeah.
Thank you. Questions? Questions from committee members? Alder Revere.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome. Thanks again for your patience.
Yeah, of course.
I see that you want to continue the outdoor patio.
Correct, yeah.
Are you familiar with the issues that the city has had with that outdoor patio in the past?
I'm not 100% sure. I was just told by the previous owner that if I do plan to do that in the summer coming up, that I just have to talk to the city and get the right permits for it.
Was that Colin Smith?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so I don't know the specifics because I don't represent that district.
Yeah.
So did you say you had a direct conversation with Alder Evers?
Yeah, I talked to Alder Evers, yeah.
And he didn't mention the issues with the sidewalk cafe and the patio?
No.
Okay. Yeah, so, again, I don't know the specifics. I just know that there was quite a controversy between the city street vending coordinator and her office. Her name's Megan Blakehorst.
Okay.
And Colin, when he and his managers operated the restaurant and bar there. Again, I'm sorry, if I knew the specifics,
Yeah,
I'd
no
share
worries.
them with you, but it might be that the number, and I'm just saying this out loud, without knowing fully if it's accurate, that the size, where you say the outdoor capacity is 25 to 30.
Yeah.
It might be that the city won't allow you that much outside because of space limitations. I think it had more to do with, are there improvement, like, did they install
They did
like
have
permanent
Yeah, they did
permanent
have
fixtures in the sidewalk?
Yeah, so they did have permanent ones put in, but I'm guessing once the city
I
told
think that
them
part's
to
illegal.
remove them, yeah, so they have them all cut off now, like they're not there anymore.
So-
So when we occupied the space, I told them that I wanted those removed because they were sticking out a little bit, and I just didn't want to be
It's a tripping
responsible.
hazard.
Exactly, so I don't want to be responsible for somebody walking, along the sidewalk and they hurt themselves and they put it on me or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, when we got our lease signed, they got all that taken out.
Okay, great.
So if I were to go ahead and, try to do the patio thing, I would make sure that I do it correctly.
Mhm.
So that's all the things that, yeah.
Yeah, as you know, you need a separate license
Right.
from the city's economic development division.
Correct, yeah.
But so our role here is just to say that you could have alcohol out there if you receive a proper
Okay.
city sidewalk
Yeah.
cafe license. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for the applicant along a similar vein about plans to use the parking lot for outside events. Could you tell us about that?
Yeah, so we plan to, so when we took the space over, we had asked the owner, because they used to do like tailgates and stuff for the games. We probably won't be doing that exact same thing, but if we were to ever host like an event, and we felt like we needed to have additional space, we would use the outside space and cut it off, like block it off and like put up tents. And that would just be for like additional seating and like to places to put like food and stuff like that.
Okay. And would you be planning on having alcohol in that space?
From what I know, they were allowed to have that previously. So if we were able to do the same thing, that'd be nice. But it's not a requirement for us. At the end of the day, I mean, we're okay with people just drinking indoors.
Okay. I guess I just want to clarify for what is the premises of this that the ALRC is approving. So that I'm assuming is something that will also need permission from the city. But I'm just taking a look at your premises description to see if that's included.
If I could interject, Attorney, it is, and I think we need to have that stricken. I appreciate you catching that.
Okay.
Sorry to interject rudely.
No, yeah, that's helpful. So
I think you have, if I could just interject further, I think
Yeah.
you have zoning issues with the tent ID and everything.
Gotcha.
The beer gardens, for example, on football Saturdays, game days, nights, those are highly regulated by the city zoning. And part of our building inspection division in the lower level of this building. And you absolutely want to check with them.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm looking at the premises description. It's page 82 of our packet for the members taking a look.
Refresher of what you said. Paragraph.
This over here.
Yeah.
So it does describe the restaurant and the outdoor patio, but then the part about the private parking lot occasionally used for private or community events closed to traffic with temporary tents and seating areas. We would not, we would take that part out of what is approved as the premises.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
And then of course, if you do further, investigation with the city and find out that that is something that you could get approved, you could come back with a change of premises application in the future.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So you come back and visit with us another time.
Awesome.
If you pursue that.
I do have a couple more questions for the applicant. Number 10, about the parking lot. It says to describe how it's monitored. So you've got a parking lot in the back of your building. Could you tell us how it's monitored?
So I think as of right now, there's no cameras outside. I'm not sure if the building itself, I'm sure they have some type of security setup, but from the inside, you're able to look outside the windows and see the back parking lot. But we were planning on putting some cameras outside, one by the front door and one by the back to point at the parking lot. That's just what we plan on doing to kind of keep an eye on everything. And those cameras are all on our phones, so we're able to see them anytime, and they're also in the back office. So yeah.
Do you know about how many spots you have in the back?
It's a small parking lot, roughly like 10 spots. 2 of them are handicapped, so limited parking, mostly just street. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe mostly just for like employees. I'm guessing. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think those are all my questions. Thanks so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Okay, if no questions, then a motion would be in order. Alder Revere.
I just thank you, Chair. Before we proceed to a motion, I just wanted to confirm, Deputy City Clerk, do you understand everything that the Assistant City Attorney thinks we should strike from the description of the licensed premise?
I believe so. Remove the part about the back parking lot and the tents and stuff like that, but the patio is still okay on the south side.
Right, so would you strike, just want to make sure we're on the same page, where it's beginning with additionally? I'm sure Attorney McReynolds is following along and can correct me if I'm wrong. So you would strike where it says additionally the private parking lot and the remainder of that paragraph, is that?
So it would be.
Yes.
And then further down, you see then there's another paragraph that says the premises also include an outdoor patio. It's kind of repetitive here. You see how it's the parking lot pet idea is in 2 different paragraphs, right? So it's in paragraph 3, but then it's also in paragraph 5, if I'm counting correctly.
You mind if I take a look? You don't mind? Thank you. Just want to make sure.
Right. My recommendation would be to strike both of those sections, anything regarding the premises being the parking lot.
Thank you.
You're okay with that?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
But you see how?
Yeah,
I don't know if
it's
you're the
basically
one-
like
if
just
you're
the
one
same
that wrote
thing.
this, yeah.
Yeah.
So, Attorney McReynolds, anything to do with the private parking lot? So all but the first sentence in the 3rd paragraph. And then all but the first sentence in the 5th paragraph.
Correct.
And if I could interject, please, Chair, when you say a couple times here, sir, 6 tables on the south side, those are on city property, on the city sidewalk, correct? Those are
Right,
the
yeah,
sidewalk
that's like
cafe.
that little part.
Right,
Yeah,
that's the
correct.
sidewalk cafe, right?
Correct.
It's not on McCormick private
Nope.
property.
Nope.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
With that clarification, I'm happy to move to grant.
Okay.
With the, again, assumption that
You want the,
we've amended the application on the record as it relates to the licensed premise description.
I do know occasionally you asked me for conditions that were previously in the previous license. I don't know if you were.
Oh, were there any? I didn't
There were
for them.
There were 3. There was exterior capacity shall be limited to 30. Exterior seating shall close nightly at 11 p.m. and no outdoor entertainment is permitted.
Oh, thank you for catching those. Yeah, the first one, I don't understand what that's necessary, maybe. What was the first one again, please, Jim?
Exterior capacity limited to 30.
Only 30 seats allowed in the outdoor patio.
Yeah, I understand. I was just wondering what our rationale was when we imposed that. Because usually that's set by the street vending coordinator. I'm happy to have the motion include current conditions 2 and 3. I just don't think 1, I don't understand the rationale for 1, because that'll be set by the Economic Development Division.
Jim, would you read the 2 conditions?
Sure. The 2 conditions would be exterior seating shall close nightly at 11 p.m. And the second would be no outdoor entertainment is permitted.
Are you
I'm
okay
with that? Yep.
with those? Okay. So the motion then is to approve with the correction to the licensed premises, and the 2 existing condition 2 and 3. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Clemens. Any discussion on the motion? All right, any discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
Have a good rest of your night.
Thank you. If you guys like Indian food, please stop by. I'd love to have you guys there. Yeah, right across the street.
I'll be by.
Awesome.
I'll have to stop by too.
You're welcome. Good night.
Next, we'll take up item 14, Baked Lab, 2044 Atwood Avenue.
Sean Bolduc is registered for the item.
Sean?
And in Zoom.
Zoom. Okay, Sean, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Did you make the 3 required notifications?
I did indeed.
Okay, and how did the discussions go?
Captain Hartman said that there were no concerns, and I was able to meet with our alderperson as well as the neighborhood association in person last week and had great conversations, and they offered to write a letter of recommendation, but it felt a little last minute. So I said, thank you. And if we needed it, I would go back to them.
Sure. And let me just confirm. Okay. Now you have 3 minutes to discuss your request.
Sure. I started a small bakery about 5 years ago here on the east side. We've been operating out of Main Street Industries for several years now. We mostly provide wedding cake and desserts to events in the area and have been growing successfully with the help of quite a few local organizations and others. And we are now renovating 2044 Atwood, which has been vacant and empty for about 10 years. And we're excited to bring our bakery over to the Atwood neighborhood. We're hoping to include some wine and beer as glass service just to accompany our cake and desserts in person, to have another place for people to relax after work and grab something to eat and discuss with their friends.
Sounds good. Thank you. Questions for the registrant? Any questions? I see no questions. Is there a motion? Alder Glenn.
Move to approve.
Alder Glenn moves to approve. Second by Alder Verveer. Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, that motion carries. Next is item 15, Econo Lodge, 4726 East Washington Avenue.
Kishan Patel is registered and in Zoom.
Kishan, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Now, did you talk to the police in the neighborhood?
I did. So we did have a productive conversation, and they kind of wanted to see how we were going to regulate, the servings. And so we kind of went back and forth on that, and he was pretty content with our answers. So it went well.
Okay, great. Now, you can tell us anything else you think would help make a decision.
All right. So we're more of an economic brand. So we don't have a pool, we don't have a hot tub, and so we don't have much amenities to kind of offer. And then we do have vending machines and all other stuff nearby, but in order to kind of enhance the overall experience, we want to do a marketplace. And 95% of the items are going to be candy, soda, X, Y, and Z. And we thought it would be ideal just to have at max two alcoholic beverages for sale. And then that's going to be locked up and sold behind the front desk. And but yeah, our main goal is to kind of enhance the overall experience and have the guests have the ability to come and buy stuff and get away from the traditional vending machines, because sometimes it's dated, sometimes the vendors don't come out on time. So we want to make sure that we're taking care of that.
Thank you. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you. Let me get my bearings here. I just sent an email with some information from the elder.
Sure.
So I just want to review that with the applicant, if that's okay. Lordy, Derek, did you guys get an email from me a minute ago? Yep, I found it. Okay, never mind. So, sir, so we have the elder did inform us that you were be amicable to the establishment not to sell more than 2 grams of beer, like you just mentioned, from behind the counter. Are you also in favor of having a condition where it limits the sales to 2 beverages per room?
Right. Yep. So 2 beverages per room per day. And then we have a system set in place that will kind of monitor the activity. And we plan on having the alcohol shut off. Maybe we haven't decided yet, but we're thinking maybe by 9 or 10 o'clock, just shut it off, and we cannot sell it. Like I said, we're in the hospitality industry. Our goal is to sell rooms, not alcohol. So our goal is just to have a little bit more items where people can find it more feasible and more entertaining, or just enjoy after a long day of work. But yeah, we plan to have it cut off at 9 o'clock or maybe 9:30 at the max.
And thank you. And then what about the also included in the license as a condition that alcohol sales should only be for the establishment's customers?
Correct. Yep. Only in-house guests are able to purchase. And then before we kind of, make any sales or anything like that, we'll cross-check with our PMS system. And if they're an official guest, then we can make the transaction. If not, then we cannot sell it.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Sure.
Thank you. Further questions? Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, you're applying for both liquor and beer combination license, or are you only applying to sell beer?
Just beer. We're not going to have any alcohol. I mean, sorry, no hard liquor or anything like that.
Okay. Jim, do you need to change anything on your end for that?
I can update the legislative file if that's.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Further questions for the applicant? Alder Verveer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So just to confirm one more time, and by the way, thanks for your patience again for being with us several hours. You only intend to sell beer in terms of alcoholic beverages, no wine, correct?
Nothing like that, no.
So it's literally just the in your sample menu that you include in the application, these couple of brands of bottles of beer?
Yeah, I think I think New Glarus, the Spotted Cow, maybe a Corona at max too. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to confirm you understood the attorney's question and because our confusion is you applied for a full liquor license, which
Yeah, that's my apologies.
I
It's
was
just for the
I was a little confused by that. And also when Alder Madison sent us the proposed conditions and the emails you had with Captain Gary, or conversation you had with Jamar Gary, it didn't kind of register why you were asking for a full liquor license. That makes sense. So you're saying now that you're only asking for a Class A, or is it a Class B beer license?
I believe a Class B.
But beer only, Class B beer
Correct.
license.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Class B beer only. So then, Jim, our vote tonight, what are you changing? And will our vote be on the Class B beer or on the Class B combo?
I mean, the motion can be to recommend to grant a Class B beer license.
Okay.
And I'll update the legislative record to strike the combination liquor and part of it.
Okay, thank you for that. Further questions for the applicant? Seeing none, is there a motion?
I mean,
Moved by Alder Figueroa Cole.
can I? Okay, so
Yes, you
I'm gonna,
can state your own
Okay.
motion.
Thank you. So grant a Class B license with the conditions as follow. One, the establishment shall not sell more than 2 brands of beer behind the counter. 2, the establishment shall limit sales to 2 beverages per room per day. 3, alcohol sales shall be for the establishment's customers only. And 4, alcohol sales to cease by 9:30 p.m.
Okay.
4 was in the email that I sent you, but since you mentioned it, I just thought we'd put it there too anyway.
You sent this in an email?
I sent that to an email except 4. Wait, I'm gonna send it again.
Yes, please.
Yeah, just send it again.
Oh. Okay.
Oops.
Okay, I see.
I don't know if I am.
Okay, so the motion is to grant and you want to grant which license?
Class B, right?
The Class B beer and liquor, or the Class B beer?
Class B beer.
Okay, to grant the Class B beer license with the conditions that the establishment shall sell only 1 or 2 brands of beer behind the counter. This
That doesn't sound good, but I know you guys can fix it.
beverage sales shall be limited to 2 beverages per room per day. And 3, sales shall be made to motel customers only.
And there's a 4th one.
There was a 4th one. What was that?
Yeah, I sent the 4th one. The alcohol sales should cease by 9:30 p.m.
Okay. Alcohol sales shall cease by 9 p.m.
I think he said 9:30, so I just put 9:30.
Okay. Okay. Is there a second to the motion?
Well, second, but I have a couple of ideas for wordsmithing.
Go ahead.
And this is consistent, I think, with my conversation with Alder Madison, the alder of the district earlier today. I agree with what I think you were just articulating, Chair, that the brands of beer, I don't know, maybe it's something you said, but the brands of beer is really odd, and in my conversation with Alder Madison, I think that was just informational from Captain Gary and his conversation with the applicant. So I don't think we need that condition, just personally speaking. So I was just going to suggest that instead we say that sales are limited to 2 beverages per room per day, or I didn't write down how it was worded in Alder Figueroa Cole's motion, but then that the other condition would read, sales shall be limited to motel customers only. If the applicant's still with us, do you consider yourselves technically a motel or a hotel? Or do you prefer how we word that? Is the applicant still available to respond?
I mean, that's what I use the word establishment because.
Oh, you used establishment. I'm sorry. I was looking at Captain Gary's email. I apologize. Establishment sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't know which way to go on that.
Mm-hmm. Do you, can I, pardon?
I mean, in a sense, for any Class B, I'm not sure what is that saying, because any Class B is only selling to their own customers. If someone doesn't purchase from that Class B establishment, then they're not a customer by definition.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Good point.
There was a. Previous one.
I mean, can anyone can just come from the outside and buy a beer at the bar versus a person at the hotel?
The difference
Is that what
is
they
that
mean?
in normal Class B, in a normal situation, you're not sleeping at a Class B, so you shouldn't be, at least.
In the
lodging,
That's under more
how
weird.
about lodging customers or lodging guests?
So we actually have a condition similarly on Baymont Inn and Suites, and it's alcohol service restricted to hotel guests only.
There you go. Thank you.
Is the applicant still with us?
I think so.
Can IT promote him if he isn't? That's that quick question. Do you still see him in Zoom, Jim?
Yeah, I'll ask him to unmute.
Yeah, Sean?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Do you consider, out of curiosity, do you consider yourselves a hotel, motel, or what industry term do you use for Econo Lodge?
I think a hotel would be better because we operate, our franchisee is Choice Hotels, Choice Hotels, so we would fall into that category. So I would say a hotel.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so is there unanimous consent to state the motion as follows? To grant the Class B beer license with the following conditions. Sales shall be limited to 2 beverages per room per day, and alcohol sales shall be limited to hotel guests only.
Maybe flip the order where it makes more sense. It's just an idea. We're talking about hotel guests and then the rooms.
Yeah, is there any objection to stating that motion?
And are you including the sale alcohol ending time?
Oh, thank you. Shall cease
By 9:30?
by 9:30 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion is then to grant the Class B beer license with the 3 conditions I just read, dealing with the alcohol sales shall be limited to hotel guests only, sales shall be limited to beverages per room per day, and alcohol sales shall cease by 9:30 p.m. This was moved by Alder Figueroa Cole, seconded by Verveer. Any discussion? Okay, seeing no discussion, is there any objection to this motion? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you, Kishan.
Perfect. So I'm good to go?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Next on the agenda, item 16, Dill Drinkers Madison, 5004 Tradewinds Parkway.
Zachary Feldman is registered for this item.
Zachary
In
Feldman.
person. So I come up.
Thanks for your patience.
for the long wait.
It's okay, it happens.
So did you make the notifications, the alder, the police, and the neighborhood?
Yes.
Great. How did those discussions go?
There was no neighborhood person. I spoke to the police chief, a nice conversation. He said he had no concerns, just speak to the alder person. I spoke to the alder person, O'Brien, and he came on premise and we had a good conversation. The only thing he really recommended was that we lock up the beer that we're going to be selling. So I've bought a big cabinet for the back that we can lock up.
All right, great. And anything else you'd like to tell us about your business?
Not really. I'm Zach. I'm the co-owner of the Dill Dinkers. It's still Dinkers, not Drinkers. So we
Sorry.
Dinkers a shot in pickleball. We're an indoor pickleball facility, franchise location here in Madison. Just applying for our Class B beer license.
Okay. Any questions? Any questions?
This might be a very random question, but are you sprinklered in terms of fire protection in your building? Sprinklers?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'd have to check with the fire marshal. I believe so.
I was just going to mention that they probably won't grant you a capacity of 100 unless you have sprinklers. But
We have over
they give
100.
you 99.
Oh, we have
You
over 100, yeah.
How come your application only says 100?
I couldn't remember the number exactly.
Oh.
I think it's 150.
What number would you suggest we use tonight then? Because we can change
150.
that.
150, please.
Okay. So we'll amend your application then?
Thank you.
You're on the record. Well, Jim does all the work.
Any other questions? Alder Figueroa Cole?
Just about the capacity thing, I mean, also to mention that it depends on how many bathrooms you have.
Yes, we have 4 bathrooms. They're all individual bathrooms.
Yeah, I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you. Is there a motion?
I move to grant with apologies for this non-controversial item being,
I know.
keeping you here for hours and
Better
hours.
that way.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion by Verveer, second by Clemens. Any discussion? Seeing none, this motion carries. Thanks for being here.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Do I need to sign anything or am I okay?
No.
Okay.
You're good to go.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
You can stay if you want to. Okay, next on our point, next is item, is there a reason 19 is after the reports?
It was added, amended to the agenda, so it was added after the agenda was already created initially.
Okay. I think it makes sense to just take that up now. Yep. So item 19, second request to extend license for Willie Mart.
Amit Kumar is registered and in Zoom.
Hi, Amit, thank you for your patience. What's going on at the Willie Mart?
Hello everyone. Just we are working on that and just 2 inspection left. The fire department and the building inspection is left, and the fire department comes over there and they let us know we have to put the water sprinkler over there. So we put that one and we are just waiting for the building inspection on this Friday. So for that, a new business we are setting up over there. So we have to fulfill the city requirements whenever the inspection came out. So we are working on that. That's why we are just have put the extension for the license.
Thank you. Any questions? Questions from committee members? Seeing none, a motion?
Move approval.
Moved by Ms. Westra, seconded by Alder Glenn. Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, that motion carries. Thank you, Amit. Have a good rest of your night. Next, we will do the report of the Madison Police Department. Captain Hartman.
Thank you. Just a couple things to report on, and one of them is going to be, let me pull it up here. After an inspection by the Division of Alcoholic Beverages at Fusion Smoke and Spirits, this is going to be 36 South Bassett Street, additional contraband was located, and further search warrant from the Dane County Narcotics Task Force led to further seizures inside of there. It's an ongoing investigation, but we will likely be moving for a drug nuisance abatement on that business there, as well as some other additional follow-ups. I just wanted to put that on everyone's radar. Other than that, there was a couple different bar checks that we found a couple establishments to be outside of some of the regulations in regards to capacity, as well as some underage drinking. Our community policing team in the downtown district will be following up with those as well. And that is pretty much all I have from there. Any questions?
Captain Hartman, can you explain from your perspective the issue? I think from the week before last, there was some major news reports, social media accounts that shared one thing about the future of Madison bar checks, and then the following day, I'm hearing both from operators and students alike that there was some form of misunderstanding that caused a number of underage students to think that they were free to enter taverns. Just can you clarify that a little bit?
Yes, there was an article out there by the Daily Cardinal. They interviewed me on that, and I told them that they should be very cautious on the wording that they're using, because it did start to sound like they were almost sending that message that basically underage drinking was going to be allowed in bars, more or less. And I said that's absolutely not the case, and that Madison PD, although we are looking to streamline our processes for either bar checks or tavern safety checks, it is still illegal to be underage and partaking in those establishments. So that did cause a lot of confusion out there, which led to a lot more media interviews by myself to try to make sure that the message was clear that Madison PD is watching for the underage drinkers, that they should not be entering those establishments and should not be partaking in those things. So.
Thank you. And can you share whether MPD got any tips about, this is a different topic, but any tips about the Fusion Smoke and Spirits?
We had gotten several tips in there as well. And so some of that was in regards to the follow-up that was happening there.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Ms. Bell.
This is kind of just a general question, but do you have any recommendations? Well, actually, let me think about my question. Alder Revere, you go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Captain, obviously, we've talked at least once about Fusion, and I appreciate your response to the chair's question. So you're saying that MPD actually had received complaints about alleged drug sales there before the Wisconsin Department of Revenue did that inspection last I guess it was a week ago today. I think is the day I called you about the police presence there.
To clarify, the complaints that we were receiving actually was in regards to underage drinking or sales to persons that were underage.
Oh, sales of alcoholic beverages.
Correct.
To underage persons on Bassett Street.
Correct.
Okay, so you hadn't received complaints about alleged sales of THC or magic mushrooms or whatever you want to call them? Okay. Thank you. And then also as it relates to that, but more generally, do you know, and maybe Attorney McReynolds might also know the answer to this question, but has the Wisconsin Department of Revenue now engaging a lot more inspections in the city of Madison? I know that they obviously beefed up their staffing and created a new division within DOR, DAB as they call it, Division of Alcoholic Beverages. Do either you or Attorney McReynolds know from your knowledge or experience, are they now going to be engaging in more inspections either based on complaint or as a routine occurrence within the city limits? Because this is a second inspection we're talking about in tonight's meeting by those agents.
I don't know if Attorney McReynolds has heard anything on her end, but I do know one of the agents in the Madison area, and I do think that they will be very active and that we probably will see an increase in regards to both follow-up and inspections.
And all I know is that they were very understaffed for quite a while, and my understanding is they're fully staffed now.
Yeah, it was like one agent for a multiple county region. That agent came to one of our meetings, some of you remember, several years ago and introduced themselves. But now they have multiple agents just for Dane County, perhaps, or you're not sure?
I don't think that's the case.
I don't know.
Oh.
I think the new agent's name is Nikki. I can't recall her last name, but there's two agents in the Madison office, but I think only one of them has Dane County as their location. I think the other is more southwest or south central. I forget what it is.
Have you heard then from the agent if they'll be able to do a lot more inspections in our municipality, or?
I have not heard that. I know that the agent has inquired related to two locations. I can't recall. They wanted to look at like the renewal paperwork on a couple of them, and I don't know. I'd have to look back and who those were.
Okay. Do you know, are they complaint-based generally, or do they have the resources to be more proactive?
I don't know that.
You don't know, okay.
I think the point is the intention, one of the intentions behind this change that gave them much, that created the Division of Alcohol Beverage was to increase the enforcement capacity. And they increased their staff significantly. I don't know the numbers off the top of my head.
Thank you. And then Captain, continuing with the issue with Fusion on South Bassett Street, when you say that the city will be moving with the drug nuisance abatement, can you explain that to us in a little more detail so that would alleviate us of seeing a proceeding here at the ALRC likely then involving suspension or revocation of their alcohol license?
I believe so. I think in speaking with Attorney Zillevy, we discussed that we would be issuing that once we get some further details from the Dane County Narcotics Task Force, but then hopefully making a request for them to surrender their license.
Has that proceeding started yet with our prosecutor, with
No, not
Assistant
yet.
City Attorney Zillevy? Because you probably know they are open and operating. I live only about a block and a half from there, and there were customers and in and out today when I went by, as well as delivery of alcoholic beverages there today.
We're waiting for a few more reports to be completed, and once we have those in hand, then we'll be able to issue the nuisance abatement.
And then can you explain, is that's appealable to circuit court? So this committee would have no role in that? Or maybe it's a more appropriate question for Attorney McReynolds, but I know you used to be the head of task force captain too, so the commander of task force.
I didn't get too far down into those things, so I don't know if Attorney McReynolds can highlight some of those proceedings.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think there's a couple different ways that this could shake out, and we'll just have to kind of stay tuned and see what happens.
I guess my question is immediacy, because I'm getting
I see.
questions from constituents like how, as you probably saw, there's an article in the State Journal about
Yeah.
about the criminal complaint and the search warrant return, was in today's newspaper, or it was online yesterday, I guess, today's print edition. And so people are wondering, why is this place open?
Yeah.
How
so,
soon do you think Attorney Zillavi is able to act, or?
I am not sure, and I don't want to speak for her. But as far as this committee goes, nothing would happen super quickly to shut down a business. It'd go through other ways.
Yeah, maybe I'm not asking the question very well. And how quick does abatement of proceedings occur once the necessary reports
Yeah, I don't know.
are all available? Oh, you don't know? Do you know, Captain?
I don't think it would be immediate.
Oh, so they could very well be open to the public for perhaps the next several weeks if they choose to.
I would imagine so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then switching topics, since you mentioned what I call, as you know, tavern safety checks. I'm not so much concerned about underage drinking as part of the tavern safety checks, but could you speak to the issue of overcapacity a little more? Was that prevalent? Was it only one or two establishments, say, in the last month or so with the Central District CPT?
Yeah, there was one establishment in particular that our CPTs have had an eye on, and seeing the overcapacity continuing to happen. Some of it was making sure that the outdoor patio was also not involved in the numbers and stuff like that. But they have been working with that establishment to make sure that they are not exceeding their capacity and that they know what their actual capacity is. And there was a little bit of misunderstanding with that. It's appeared with the owners. So hopefully they're on the same page, and we'll be following up with them in the near future to make sure that they're sticking to that number.
Can you share the establishment name, please?
Yes. One second here. That one was... That was City Bar.
Okay, thank you. And that was publicized recently?
Yes.
Yeah. But you're saying that overall your officers are not saying that generally there's a overcapacity issue. Generally in their tavern safety checks, it was really limited more to the 600 block of State Street establishment.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Bell and Ms. Loving to follow.
So if a student wanted to learn more about MPD's procedure regarding alcohol violations, where should they go?
They can reach out to us at the Central District there. Our community policing team would be able to provide any educational resources that they might have, or if it's something that they would like to speak to me about, I would be able to be a resource as well.
Okay, I would like to connect with you at some point after this. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Ms. Loving.
Question for Captain Hartman. Do you collect place of last drink data for detox transports? And if so, does that information come in front of this committee?
For detox runs, I don't think that we track those that I am aware of.
Okay. Thank you.
And I don't know historically from this committee if you have heard those things in the past or not.
Thank you. I don't remember seeing a place of last drink report in my 3 years on this committee. Alder Verveer, do you have?
My recollection is that there was going to be a pilot or experiment where MPD was going to try to compile that information, but I won't believe, Captain, it was for OWIs. Maybe someone within the department historically could recall what I'm thinking of. That they were starting to track place of last drink for OWIs, or maybe it was Public Health Madison and Dane County was also doing it in conjunction with MPD. But yeah, my recollection is it wasn't for Ms. Loving. It wasn't detox, although that would make a lot of sense. It was more MPD, OWIs. But if it was public health, Madison-Dane County, it might have been other law enforcement agencies too. That's all I can remember.
Any further questions for the Captain Hartman? Seeing none, we can move on to report of the city clerk's office.
I think at last meeting, I said that we were out of our regular Class B combination licenses. Well, we definitely are now. And so, other than that, I am available to answer questions.
Any questions?
Jim, is that the grandfathered ones?
It is, yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none. There's only one thing left on our agenda. So, motion to adjourn. Moved by Glenn.
Second.
Second by Westra. Any objection? Seeing none, that motion carries. Good night, everyone. Thanks for being here.
Good night.